Namaskar, good morning, Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. This is Senior Surah Singh speaking from Faridabad, Bharat, India on this day of 27 July 2020. Another day of life for interaction with people, friends, all regarding professional issues and regarding whatever else is what comes to my mind, which I think is important for to share that. So I'm here to talk to you about engineering issues, about non-engineering issues, about material issues, about planning issues, about whatever issues, material issues, soil issues, permanent material issues, and site issues, design issues, coordination issues, contract issues, all whatever is possible to be talked about in this time, short time of regarding this timing of videos. I don't think so major time of 4 hours or 3 hours or whatever I can take a share with you, keeping in view vast subject of management and organization of engineering. This is not a good time, 4 hours, 3 hours, nothing keeping in view time that is involved on projects. It takes years for construction of even small projects. And there are many big projects and history of life. You see history of projects. You see many books have taken many years. So that's why I'm talking of here, dear friends. Means as much as I can share with you that comes to my mind improvising, or you may ask questions later on if you wish. If you are interested in raising questions, I have no problem at all. I would like to welcome that. And this is same ordinary page. I use share with you ordinarily because it indicates I am ordinary person and we have to remember that life was ordinary one time. We were not born with computers and we remember our identity. That identity is this, that simple is best. But I'm not disassociating with development. Instead of the art activities, I respect that. So they are general topics and we may discuss. It depends. If not in detail, just referral we can discuss, and that's where we are doing. So management, organization, engineering, contracts, you can say, or related issues of general specifications, concrete specifications, and QCS Qatar civil specifications, soil, and whatever else is possible to be discussed shall be discussed in this small brief talk. I need more time, but time is not with everybody. You are all busy people I know, not like me, not like me. Maybe, maybe I'm a spare part for those because of my age. Even then, I want to take this opportunity to use my time for whole world, for you people particularly, because because after all, whatever I have, I don't take with me when I leave this world. Should be back to this world. Sorry, I'm sorry. So whatever is been taken, because it's really knowledge is wealth, maybe bad or good. It's wealth. This wealth cannot be purchased. This wealth, has to be shared with all. Though this, I'm not using this COVID here, but no problem. Using or not using, COVID is still moving on, working on, very fine. So there's nothing wrong if we talk few seconds on that. COVID, it's God's act or virus. We have to understand that both it is, and this is engineering, and this is management, this is systems, this is changes, this is organization, and this is challenges which are to solve by human thinking, and then you can say only and resort. The thing is only and resort, general and then specifications, and you can say general concrete specifications and total systems and quality and structure quality and soil engineering, then reports, FIDIC, etc. All silver and yellow, whatever we can means it's daily routine. That's for I'm using this mobile for showing this file because I don't have project here. I don't have any still now. Maybe I use it in future. But now we have to live as it, but we have a simple life. without any show. I'm not that big person. I'm only the person having a small chamber here, just using for this purpose. I think you'll be happy with that, right? So let's do that. Okay. Now I put this off here. Sorry, gentlemen. I'll do it now, and I just will. I'll come back again and again and again and again. I'll put this off. This is 96%. We'll charge more here. Okay. Just let this. Maybe one more minute. I'll be back. Life is very simple. It is not simple. It should be simple. Complicating life is no meaning because complicating life because God is not complicated. Nobody is complicated. We have made everything complicated. I mean, I mean, just now I just scanned some news, browsed some news regarding COVID-19. Just for information, saying France may impose another general lockdown or localized lockdowns, and Spain is also a problem, and there are so many issues. So many countries are raising. Hong Kong is also getting a problem. China getting a problem. China and Xinjiang, many cities, it's still spreading. And like America has a big problem, and Brazil is a big problem. There are 2.3 million cases in Brazil, more than 80,000 deaths in Brazil, and America is using more than 4 million, maybe 4.25, and our country is having more than 1.3 million, and we have 50, around 50,000 cases per day. Same thing, America is having about 70 to 80,000 cases per day, and means corona is moving very fast. COVID-19 is moving fast. I'm just informing you what's the status of this. The status is that corona cannot be controlled now. There's no movement at all because scientists have not been able to succeed what I want to get. And victories for corona. Currently, corona is victorious. Since it came here, nobody could control, identify it, and means uh, corona is whether living being or something else. You don't know. Maybe it's soul. It's not physical entity. I assume that, but still, saying means one has to be careful. Everybody has to be careful. Don't be neglected. Don't neglect yourself. Don't neglect yourself. Take precautions whatever you want possible. This is only my message because corona is not going to leave this world soon as it happens because of is something very specific first time in history and world all over the world it has taken over control and people are failure, politicians are failure, scientists are failure, all are failure. The Quran identifies cause from where it started and how it means just blaming someone is no use means when it's not understood maybe we can say that we are helpless and we have to control ourselves. Well, I don't know when to waste time in Corona. I'm just saying that few seconds I said a few seconds over now. Now our daily subject is as I said, engineering management, engineering materials, which includes engineering materials, which engineering design, which engineering field, engineering concept, engineering feasibility, engineering everything. Engineering feasibility report is express possible or not. You have to see that depends on feasibility report, and feasibility is a part of engineering, and field is a part of engineering, and the design is a part of engineering, and the building is a part of engineering. You can say, the specification is a part of engineering. You can say planning and safety and quality and all are part of engineering. And site execution is a part of engineering. Site supervision is a part of engineering. And you can say material procurement is a part of engineering. And whatever else is just a part of engineering. Engineering is a very wide field. So it's a whole duration takes up. It takes years for one project. Just imagine one project takes many years. Sometimes takes many months or many years. You see, even in our country, for small building, it takes 1 year, 2 years sometimes. And you see, when there are fast track projects, even that take 2 or 3 years in some cases. It means every project has lives of it's being done. It's being done about many years. It's many years which you take. It means it must be used for many years. It's how you take 2 or 3 years, but it's making it. And the making means from inception to delivery of that. That's called complete stage of engineering, including that. Because if suppose it takes 2 to 3 years, then there must be a life of 100 years or 50 years. So it is a question here that it's not a small item, it's very big item. It's not like go buy some vegetable or some milk pocket and say, okay, consume and throw it. It's not like that. Projects, materials, goods. All now goods are called according to system. We call them goods. Or goods now goods. These are projects, deliveries. These are life, more than human life. Human lives for 100 years, 80 years, 120 years maximum. But these products may live more and more and more. Your three or three generations may use same building, building messages for many many years. Eiffel Tower is still there, because Red Fort is there, because Taj Mahal is still there, because many many all over the world you will find pictures there. You can say still there is one mosque in Turkey. But there's a dispute with international, international, but there's no normal value. That's the political dispute I'm saying is that structure has been there for 14 and a half years, and there are so many such projects all over the world. This means if human wants, human can do a lot. That's the point here, human can do a lot. Human does it. But which human? Hardly 0.01% people are there who can think, who can do something, who can think, I will, what purpose of my earth? What's the purpose of my earth is? I have to see myself, to check, examine myself. After all, what's the purpose of my being here on this planet? There's some purpose. Everybody's purpose. We are here just for living like animals, not at all. So only question of life or death. No, 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 no. It's not survival alone. Everybody has got some objective here, some destination here, some you can say assignment here. God, all of us. What's that? Do I know that? I forget it. I got in my car and I left that place where I'm not reached here. I got this body and I forgot that. I cannot forget that. I feel I'm forgetting that, but no, I cannot forget that. Never you can forget that. It's somewhere stored in your memory. That's why you are doing something in life. So you can relate it that way. Whatever you are doing is your destiny, simple. And what you are doing by heart or mind or constant, that's your destiny. Otherwise, it's come destiny. You have to say it's my destiny. So my destiny is that which I'm doing. I am successful. I am interesting. I don't feel bored. That's just like I take food every day. I don't feel bored. I take food because food is my destiny. I have to take food every day for survival purpose. That's why I have to work everywhere in my life for survival purpose. And when I finish some job, I will not find interest anywhere. I don't feel I leave that job and go because I don't. That's my destiny. That job will repel me. Go from here. You're not for me because that job knows this person is not suitable for me. So I am suitable for something else. I'll go there. This means my destiny is not directly given to me, it's given to me indirectly. Wherever I'm successful, I'm doing successfully, I feel happy, I sleep every sun, I don't feel any problem. That is my destiny. Relative destiny, you can call it just like in engineering, something relative to specific gravity, relative to this and that, everything is relative, meter is relative to some measurement cap somewhere else. Same thing, something here, temperature, something else. Like that, relative arrangement, you can say relative, and relative. Every term is relative, so that's my relative destiny. I am doing here, busy on something. That's my I and you get continuously without any problem. That's my destiny. If I am an engineer, I study engineering for so many years. And if I difficulty there, no any problem there, I didn't feel bored somewhere. I just came out of passing that. I still am busy in that for many years, more than 40 years. How busy in engineering, I can say, oh, you may be in any field for more than 3 or 40 years. That's my destiny. That's why you're there. Otherwise, you weren't there. There are many people who got the admission, they dropped out, they came back and did not even think of that. Why consider those people are not destined, but they may be destined something else. Destiny is different. Destiny, your assignment. Your assignment is a destiny. Don't worry about that. It will come to you. You reach there by somewhere. What is worship, what purpose? Whatever work you're doing, the work will take you to that place which is your destiny. So my destiny now who talking to you, I'm talking to you. Simple. It's my destiny. I don't feel I'm not getting money. I don't feel, I don't know why I don't feel that. They're all morning at 1:30 and they get ready for this. I want to take a cup of tea and come here and talk to you. Because I don't feel any boredom and this energy God is giving me because God wants to honestly work on this. I am getting energy from that. So simple. So God's my friend here, my support here, and God is support to everybody. If you trust that, I don't trust about religion. I don't go through religion. God is my friend, sun is my friend, sky is my friend, stars my friend, sea my friend, all the years my friend, the solid earth is my friend, God's my friend. That's it. So simple. So my thinking is that is it right to tell you? It's wrong. Tell me. Don't you think like that? So don't think like if you don't think like they'll mistake. Don't go through authority. Why should I go through someone? Oh, tell me, Guruji, you are here, you tell me what I don't need Guruji because God's there, my Guru. Whoever is out, God's there, my Guru. I believe in that. I am getting support from God. That's good for me because I am instrument of God. I am medium of God. God is in something. It's desire of God. You go and you being in the body of this human and you work here for this and come back. That's what it is about. So I am saying here, my friends, by luck, by blessings of God, I came into engineering field. He got me education. Maybe previously educated from there, I don't know. Must be something here. There's a relative designation here. You must be because without study you can't be do. So on part study came the certificate and I have been working in good or bad whatever way in engineering. So everybody is working like that here. You got destiny here. You are here. This is not spiritual talk. It's nothing like that. It's a fact management. You have to understand what we are. First, we have to understand ourselves. We have to understand those people around us. In my family, I have to understand who are they. My friends have to understand who are they. And I have to understand society, and then I have to understand nation. I have to understand the whole world. And in fact, I have to understand humanity in whose contact I come every day. You can't understand everybody, but at least those who stay there for many, many months or years, you have to understand them. Your project people, your family people, your relatives, to whom you have permanent contact or long duration contact, which you cannot avoid. Even if you like that, you can't avoid that. But they are your relatives indirectly or directly, blood relatives or extended family relatives, or they are your friends or the other professional member, whom you come, you have to know about them because you have to until you know about you can't do you can't you believe is one thing and trust is one thing. You cannot say I believe them and trust them, but intellectually you have to understand. Intellect is always higher, remember. Faith is one thing, sentimentalism, emotion is one thing, that's all part of life. And you remember, if you compare emotions with mind, sometimes emotions are too high, which breaks your mind, your mind sleeps then. Or sometimes intellect is so high, intellect mind uses why emotions are suppressed. Both are interactive. Suppressions of emotion is better than suppressions of mind, remember. Mind can help you, so emotions can't help you. Yes, in emotions you are very powerful. You think I have to do this good or bad. You won't think, you're not lies. Maybe you are knowing, you know that it's bad, still you do that. That's emotional management. It breaks your thinking power, it breaks your chain of arrangement of mind. It just does what it wants. It makes you do that. That's emotional management. That's why professionals should avoid this. This is not good for professional to be emotional. Yes, you have to be emotional with work, not emotional with economy, not emotional with people. You have to be emotional for dedication, but you have to use mind. Don't forget, without using your mind, you can't move. Without your understanding of the theory, you can't move. Without understanding the formula, you cannot move. That's your test. You have to understand every point. You have to read every book. You have to understand. Until you understand, you can't do that. It's a very important point to understand that. And if you can't understand, you can't move at all. Purpose of study is intellectuals to train your mind, to train your mind cells, to inculcate, to infill certain software so that it remains permanently in your mind. For whenever you call, it comes back and helps you. Just like 1, 2, 3 for counting, you remember. Just like tables, you remember. Just like many other words, you remember. Just like some words which can't go up from just a part of dictionary in your mind. And whatever you think in mind, will study in your mind. Remember, mind is very powerful instruments to use accordingly. If you don't use mind accordingly, you will use something, you lose everything. That's why I say apply your mind in engineering profession or whatever profession you are. I'm in engineering profession. I have to use my mind for engineering. Means if I do for engineering, I use for development society, development nation, development economy. Is all always develop. That's why I say when I say engineering is materials first. You have to use what's the purpose of engineering? Is the purpose to think first. How to develop? Think first. How to do in the best way, optimally, economically, in a way that survives. Development means we are should be first of all should be friend with the environment. We have to think of what now nature is living. We have to do that. We have to live with nature, and we have to develop according to natural requirement, not according to destructive requirement. Means we should not work against nature. We should not against the earth. If you think that way, you will think you will get better results. You'll apply your engineering sense that way. Otherwise, you'll miss everything. My my general talks are regarding management in engineering and engineering management both. Engineering management, management engineering. When I say management engineering and engineering management are two different. There is engineering, of course, but engineering is social engineering also, human engineering also. Engineering is something where mind is applied. Engineering means application of mind. Simple. That's basic term of engineering. It means to do something with certain system, not to be blind. You have to do something with certain basis of system. Remember, this world itself is engineered. Universe was engineered. Solar system was engineered. Just think of sometime you have to think. Means thinking leads you somewhere. Just start thinking on something, you'll find something. You are a civil engineer, I'm an engineer. Hundreds and thousands of engineers are there. We think a lot, we talk a lot. We think of theories and we think of practicals and we think of this method and that method. We think a lot about what we are doing now on Earth. When I said now, it doesn't mean now at the moment. It means For many decades, you have been doing that, so it's included now because it's not 5 lakh years or 500,000 years old. The hail is decayed. What we are doing? We think and do what? We think for small structure, we do that. We think some small vehicle, we do that. We think of something, we do that. And there were people who started all this also. Somebody started wheel, somebody started something else, somebody gave gravity, somebody gave us zero, somebody gave is everything was delivered by someone at one time or other time. That someone what he did, that didn't had interest in money, that person wanted to deliver something to this world, it was his job, that person delivered then left this world. We are still using that. This means that person delivered mind to us. We don't know his body, we don't know his face, we don't know anything, but we know what that soul delivered to us. We are also saying we have to deliver. We always remain busy in making money, make money, make money, make money. But we don't think what to do with this money. We just leave it here and go. Have you witnessed that? What's the destination of this money? Nothing. If you say anybody, you are very successful, you have billions, it's with you, billions of dollars with you. But you can't take them. Whatever you give to public, you take. Even if you distribute your money to public, you won't take anything. The public won't remember, say, oh, that person was foolish, they gave us money. But when you give your mind and deliver something, they will remember you, your work, not maybe your face, but your work that's over. There was a person who delivered to us this. There was a teacher who delivered this knowledge. I won't remember even face, or maybe I forget that person, but I say some teacher, some guru, I call guru or teacher the same thing. That person delivered to me this, and I remember that. That's why I say you have to understand whole concept of engineering in a different way. We have to use a mind, use intelligence, use everything. Do not worry. You should not worry about what others say. And engineering is that is in isolation. Engineering is not a unified job. You cannot work at engineering through. You cannot 10 engineers work together. No, no, nine minds can't work together. Minds have difference of opinions, and everybody has got different efficiency. Yes, you can work in a team, official team, but otherwise you can work together because thinking is involved in every engineering act. Thinking is involved. Thoughts are involved. Thinking. Everybody has different levels of thinking. Everybody has different, efficiencies of thinking. One body, if somebody thinks like a kid and somebody thinks like a mature person, it depends. But those who keep in mind some destiny, I have to deliver this. This is my mission currently. This is my objective currently. If I'm working, that depends on what sort of project is that. If you think big, you have a big objective in your mind, provided you get support for that, you think about that. You will reach that, you will attain that. And if you think for small, you will attain that. In both cases, you're dead. It's up to your capacity. It raises your confidence level. If you think too big, your confidence is raised automatically. If you think small, your confidence level remains to that level because this is guaranteed. It is guaranteed, warranted, not in papers, in confidence, in experience. Whatever you work in life, I'm not talking of studies, education, I'm talking of work. Whatever you work in life, you do in life, successfully or unsuccessfully, you remember everything. You remember everything, everybody remembers that. You may not remember something else, but your work you remember. May not be exclusively clear, but something you remember since your childhood or since your time when you started your career. You can't forget that. Even if you forget somebody recalls you, oh, you did that, and you say, yes, yes, I did that. You cannot forget which you did yourself, but you forget what somebody else did for you. Remember, you cannot forget because whatever you do, that's programmed in your mind as file. That file you have, you think on that. That's why I'm saying we have to think again and again, again and again. I will think only because of my profession or something else also. If you are start thinking of your nation, if you are thinking of society, of politics, or interdisciplinary field, or general, you will do that successfully. You will not go to some university to learn that first. You will, because you are already in society, you are already understanding what's happening around you. That is general. But what you have learned that is special for you, that's the only difference. You understand what's family and the body taught you. You understand everything. So there's a limitation. But for which you are directly responsible, for you are independently working, and that is a profession. Profession must be respected that way, not because you are done earning money. If somebody measures profession in a scale how what I am earning and what I got educated, how much I'm working, then that person is not dedicatedly working. That person is not devoted to work. Yes, that's one part, but you cannot concentrate on that. I am getting this much money and I have to do that. Money has got no relation to profession. Because once you start profession means you become religious person, not religious faith wise, religious mind wise. Faith is dependent on emotions. Faith religion is dependent on emotion, your feelings. But when I say profession, profession is a religion where mind is used. Mind use is not in hands of everybody. It's not easy to use mind. Everybody wants to live emotions and wants to live with family and wants to live normal life. 95 to 98 persons want to live normal life. This happens. And this is not their fault because 100% people can't be intelligent. When I say intelligent, doesn't mean normally intelligent, specifically intelligent, who have some background of specific knowledge, advanced knowledge. I'm calling them intelligent. Everybody is not intelligent. Yes, everybody is having good mind. You can say sound mind, you can say sound mind. You cannot say intelligent mind. When I say intelligent mind means who can think long distance, who can think long distance. I mean to say today you are here, but you think what will happen after 5 years or in 10 years, or I am doing this project. What are you actually doing on project? On project you think, you plan, you ever think for what, for how I have to do this. Is this project may take 2 or 3 years? So you are at least planning for 2 or 3 years. And designer and those who are working on that, they think of they should be safe for so many years to come. So they are thinking for that directly or indirectly, they are forced to think that way because you have to design in that manner, keeping in all these conditions. We think about materials. Today we apply load on this material, this breaks. We go on applying further load, what happens to that? And then further, what happens to that? This is what we apply the elastic theory. Stress and strain, what is the very, very common formula, very, very small formula, very, very elementary formula. Stress upon strain is young modulus, we say. But what happens is that elastic theory it is. We start applying load on some sample. This goes on taking load and taking load and incremental load, and one stage comes when this starts yielding, it starts giving up, and then giving up in a sense not 100%, but it starts in a say way that it comes to some stage. We call this elastic stage where it's proportional to that stress is proportional to strain, and then you say it's now changing. It's not changing the sum of the state and going to yield state. But here it says I am not able to work for you again and again, and then it comes as a plastic stage, and then this is stage and that is stage, and then collapse stage. The various stages in the concrete stage, in the reinforcement stage, in I can say structural stage, in every material that various stages come into it. This is life. Where I'm young, I am say I'm child, when I become adolescence, when I become say, oh I am now too young, I am little more young, I'm middle aged now, oh I'm now old, I'm now senior, and now I'm the is not same still I will time you collapse in the live this world. Oh, I think same. We have to compare that way. I'm not here to teach you all this. No, just referring to you what profession is. Our profession is same. We same. When I say I'm a professional, I want engineering, I am doing engineering, this means I am taking care of earth. I am using earth blessed resources. I'm saying blessed because earth bless every resource. No one else can do. Earth means not the solid part of earth, but God part of earth. God given earth. So I respect this as a part of nature because we cannot control it. It's controlled by nature, controlled by God. Not only this earth, but also all other planetary objects are controlled by God. So we can say, I'm not titling any name of religion, I'm saying work of God. Of course, this is work of God. This is not God of a name. And we are using this work of God, some blessings for our engineering, to be very frank. If there is no earth, I'm not there, you are not there, no one is there. If there is earth, I'm there, you are there. And we are not bringing materials from another planets, we are using all metals available on earth. So origin of our engineering is earth, origin of economy is earth, origin of everybody is earth, origin of humanity is earth. So earth is origin, you can say. Evaluation of something else, I'm saying earth is origin. We'll think how is earth made, that's not the point. If somebody asks you, we have a project, okay, we make one earth, can you think of that? Let's make one earth, we can't make one earth. That's not possible. That's not in a hurry. That's beyond our science and beyond our engineering. Because we can't, where will we go? There's no location. How can we go? We can't go there. And how much material we have to, from where we'll get the material? Now we are saying this is our, we are staying on this and we are taking material from this. That's beauty of earth. We are taking each and every part of the wealth this earth has, our time. We take from here. And that's we call engineering. And not only engineering, all field, all disciplines, all mechanisms take share metal from earth. This point we cannot understand openly because we stay in imaginary world, in a fake, in a fake world thinking. You say, just like just for your amusement, I'm saying this is a patal lok. I always think, what does it mean after all? When I was too young, okay, I didn't care for that. Now I'm not shy. I can think after this patal lok. They say only there's a patalok, but they don't know. They says Sagar Manthan, which Sagar Manthan they don't know. That's what I'm saying. There are something which is only hypothetical without having any physical existence. That's what I'm saying. We believe in that when we believe in faith. We have faith. But when we use mind, mind captures faith. Mind captures your emotions. So mind is police for emotions. Otherwise, mind is beaten by emotions. Both possibilities are. I just try to refer like this for purpose of understanding engineering. Engineering is safe. If you understand engineering as your food, I mean to say food as your requirement, you will be a happy person. Because engineering is not weighed in terms of money, in terms of economy. Engineering has nothing to do with economy. We say it is we can sell everything relatively. We sell each other everything. That's economy. So I am selling this much, my GDP is this much. But there's nothing actually as such. This is all hypothetical. There's no economy, there's no GDP, there's no such. Terms are there because of measurement. There's nothing as such. But economy says there is. So we have to respect that. Okay, there is in relation to earth, not otherwise. If you ask someone a question, how do you define economy? Every economist will define that. They will say their professional terms. But when how origin it is, why from origin, nobody will answer you. Because no books have announced that yet. Science keeps on adding, technology keeps on adding, and development keeps on adding to their own spheres, something all the time. Same is engineering. Engineering never started one time. It has taken many centuries to develop to this level, and still is complete. It's science and technology, engineering. All these are interdisciplinary relations, relatives, blood relations, or you can say native relations, or you can say whatever else name you can give them not at all. When I say engineer, I'm not referring to myself, I'm referring to something else. Because when I am an engineer or a doctor, you say, we have something, we have some undertaking in our minds. I'm not talking about, I'm talking of some understanding in our minds that we are directly or indirectly related to natural forces, related to God's power, you may say otherwise. We accept this or we don't accept this. One day you will realize that you are not your own, you are that power's representative. Not even represent a part of that, you can say. You belong to that. You belong to that. Doctor belongs to that because doctor deals with human treatment and it's question of life or death. An engineer treats with materials and produces something which is used forever or for whatever duration. And there also lies question of life and death. Both lie here. If the structure collapses, how many people are affected? Nobody can predict, but they are affected. So when question of life and death lies with us, what is our duty? What we think about? That's also a big point to understand. We cannot miss everything in our way. We have to think, we have to think and think and think and think. That's what I say. Thinking is only resort for solving our problems. Those who think they successfully solve that, and those don't think they can't solve that. Thinking doesn't cost anything. Contemplation doesn't cost anything. Contemplation is some imaginary. This you can say is a block of thinking. Block of thinking, unit is thinking. Will you say define contemplation? I will say contemplation is, you can say broad expansion of thinking unit into some system, which is contemplation. We make certain picture, certain map in our minds for something we are dealing with, and that's contemplation. And that contemplation, if we successfully made, successfully understood again and again, we go to that and ask that what we have to do. Our mind, we have to ask our mind what we have to do. We say my mind is working. Yes, mind is working because you are asking mind to work. You are giving energy to mind. You are thinking of that. You are concentrating on something, and you are then, you can say, contemplating. Contemplation is a broad, is a combination, expansion of thinking, and thinking is a unit. There is a unit block, building block. You can say contemplation building block. That building block, unit block, if is good, your whole contemplation shall be good. If one is impure, one is, like I say, polluted, you're counting, you can't do that. Maybe you say all time is just talking irrelevantly, wasting our time and seeing that I'm making so many so many hours interview, so videos. No, my dear friends, not that. I want to change. I want to let you understand what psychology is all about. Until your psychology is set, you cannot be successful. You cannot concentrate, and concentration is very much important. Concentration means you have to focus on something for for hours, for days, for years, for months to get some answer. There's a track. Concentration is not imagination, it's a mind track. It's a track on which you drive, move and move and move, and you reach many stations, many districts, many cities, many nations, and universe. Thinking is that, contemplation is that. That is my right, my power, my ownership. Free ownership without any agreement but with God's association is that ownership. Engineer is associated with God, keep in your mind. You are not associated with any organization, company, or government. Yes, that's only for physical purposes, but not for mental purpose. When you are engineer, you are doctor, you are doing something for public, for society, and using natural products, not something else. Particularly, engineers use all natural products for permanence, for inclusions into some structure permanently. That's our point. And those products are available in God's made earth, and we have plenty of all materials everywhere, and we engineers know that engineers not civil from all branches know that. So that's beauty of engineering, that's beauty of management, and that's why I confine to sometimes to management related subjects like soil, materials, specifications, bidding, contracts, all these. These are very important. Had there been no material, there would have been no designs, there would have been nothing in this world. You would have to live like, you know, you have to live in jungle, in forest, and that's the beauty of that, you know. You have to live like that. There's no other way around. You have to digest that. You had to, but because God already thought of this, God never came to ask you. God is because God is head of everybody. God is father of everybody, mother of everybody. God knew this in beginning itself, and God constructed this, engineered this earth, engineered solar system. God was well aware of what those people would require. So you can see vision of God is expert vision. You can say a vision that you can't even imagine of, an identity, a personality, an individuality like God has created this universe. And we are all using what that God created. This time I have been concentrating on two. One is, you can say, soil, and one is contracts. In addition to general talks are very important because we have to understand philosophy, we have to understand psychology, and we have to understand our interests. Until we make up our mind for something, we cannot do anything. Making up a mind means you have to focus on something. If you don't think of that, if you don't select your point or switch that you put on for getting some service of light, you can't do anything. You start something and blindly, and then you go to other point and you go to something else, you won't be here. You won't be on track. My dear friends, and all friends, not engineers alone, remember your track is very important. Track on which you are moving, knowingly or unknowingly, you are moving. You do not know sometimes, you know sometimes. We have divided our life for individual sake, not for mutual sake. My age is this, I have to do this. My age is that, I have to do that. And then I have to retire and I have to rest. That is human thinking, human goal, social goal. But if you think soul goal, soul is different. And I am also inclined to soul. Remember, my soul is not like Pandit soul or like astrologer's soul or tapasvi soul. I'm not talking of that. Scientific soul, professional soul. I'm talking about that. I don't mean just sit down somewhere and start your concentration of bhakti. No, I'm not talking of that. And I don't believe in that, to be very frank. My formula is different because you are here to work on this planet. God expects you do something, contribute something to this earth. Because this earth is not for those people who are living here. Everybody has to leave one day. No one can stay here forever. But God is owner of this earth and this system, whole system is universe. So God expects its employees. I am employee of God. You are employee of God. Workers of God. Everybody is working for God. God is giving us food. Everything is giving, and we are enjoying life. So God expects something in return, and that return is do something good for this. God did a lot of work to make this earth. Maybe we can't imagine that. We cannot imagine. We don't have that capacity to imagine what God has done. Just think of. We are thinking only for small items. We think of structure, we think of construction, we think of materials, we think of this and that and theories. Now, whole lot of talk we make. Imagine when God started this, and before starting that, how much work He has done, what He has done, how He has done. Can you understand that? That part is very important because God is God. No one can deal with God in that way. God is, God is not only greatest, God is greatest, and God is everything. That point we must understand very well. We can't challenge God in any manner. If we think they will challenge God, then we are fools because we cannot challenge God. In no way can we challenge God. God is God. No one can challenge it. If somebody challenges, that person is called fool, complete fool, big fool. And that's what I think. I am servant of God. If God accepts me even as a servant, I will be lucky. Because a servant of God is also very big. I may be nothing actually. But we have to think, if God can think of this universe building, universal design, every planet is there. Millions and billions and trillions of planets are there in the universe. Design of those. From where material was procured, just think of. Can you think of? Engineers, can you think of? We just think of one small building, one small flyover, and think a lot and design a lot and stat pro and this and that and then manage this. How could that power, how could that overall engineer do that? How could that engineer do all this? How could? How could that engineer even think of that? Without any book, without any formula, without any theory, without anything, and successfully produced it, and such durable duration, it never stops. Never stops. There is no structure supporting it. There is no structure supporting Earth, and all of the planets, they're all structure free, but they themselves are self-contained structures. Self-contained structures these are. Our structures may be 50-story building, 100-story building, or a big dam. What is the structure of this earth? Sun. Can you think? Is that not a construction? Is that a collection of material after all? Is there no, stability in that? Stable, completely stable. And we all are residing on that. At least one of them. And that's Earth. Earth is very small if you compare to other planets. If you compare to Sun, it's very, very small. Very small. Let us assume Sun is 13 lakh kilometer diameter. 13 lakh, let's say. Earth is how much? 0.125 lakh. 0.125 lakh kilometer diameter. Only. So key difference, 13 lakh and 0.125 lakh. 1/8 of a lakh is diameter of Earth. 1/8 of a lakh is diameter of Earth. And 13 lakh, you yourself can check that. How many times it is? 13 lakh, 13 lakh kilometers and 0.125 lakh kilometers. How many times? See yourself. No different, no problem with this. You know mathematics. Here I'm not to report to you about mathematics. So if God can think that much, we are all part of God. If we start thinking, we will think that much. Because certainly God will transfer super powerful mind to lower powerful mind. This is principle of science and engineering. That high power goes to low power. This is natural equilibrium, natural balance. That powerful mind shall come to you. Certainly, that is your yoga, engineering yoga, science yoga. You can say that. Connection to God. If you demand something, God will give you, never refuse you. because you are not going to sell God's product. You are going to use it for God's people. That's my thing, how I feel. I'm not. When I work, I don't relate to what salary I'm getting, what money I'm getting, what profit I shall get if I'm a businessman. That's not my charter, my duty, because I am nowhere involved. I'm not doing anything on my own. I have no resources with me. I have no mind with me. Only this mind, no other mind. But this mind can't work if I don't have support, if I don't have human resources, if I don't have equipment, if I don't have technology, if I don't have resources or material, I don't have anything, how shall I work? That person says, I am very rich, I am this number, that person is number big fool, biggest fool of world, because you did not do anything on your own. It's your good luck, it's a credit that you are given this title, your biggest person, richest person, but this is not your achievement. This is a collective achievement. Had there been no resources, you would not have done anything. So you should be thankful to whole people, whole world that you could make this for people, not for you. Nothing belongs to you. Remember, we are all doing service agreement here. We are nowhere in honor of everything. Fact is that even if you are honor for title, we say it is relational ownership. It's not original ownership. It's relational because it's to my relation till I am living, and that day I die. That relationship is terminated. So simple. This point, if we don't understand, we can't live. We can't do perfect job. So I am just trying to explain everything like that. Just you can first of all realize facts that you are not honor of everything. You are not honor of everything. You must have developed an atomic power in your mind. You must inculcate a feeling in your mind, intellectual feeling, not emotional feeling, that you have to do service to God. That service can't be done in any temple or church or wherever worship place. It has to be done on on facts. It has to be done with people. It has to be done on earth. That services that you have to add your contribution to development of this earth, which is called affirmative activity, affirmative contribution, not negative contribution. If you want to break God's material, you have to pay for that. Pay in sense, when you reach God, you understand there only I don't know what shall be our payment. You have to return that, because if you are successfully doing work on nuclear bombs manufacturing or nuclear bomb plants, or you can say that you are doing work against God. If you are doing, or you believe in breaking, you have to pay for it. You have to answer for that. But as civil engineer, I don't believe in breaking. Demolition is another part. I believe in making. Making is my job. That is my job, making. And if I can't make, then I'm not doing my job. Yes, I must have opportunity at store. Provided I have opportunity, I have to do it. But when I have opportunity, I stop doing that. I stop thinking. I'm sorry. I start thinking that what percentage of profit I will get off this. That control is your basic contemplation. As I say again and again, soil, soil, mitti, is worst consideration always. Say it's a soil, no use. Or some say, oh, it's soil. But what engineers say, it is everything for me. It is everything for me. Soil. If soil exists, engineering exists. Remember, if soil exists, engineering exists. If soil does not exist, engineering does not exist. Simple. Can you make something in air? You cannot make. You have to make only on ground, only on surface of earth. That is what is square. That is original material. That is not extracted material. That is not mind material. No, that's not mine of matter. Mine, saying not mine. So we have to understand before working in engineering, before thinking of structural engineering, before thinking of civil engineering, before thinking of something else, because before thinking of development, we have to understand our ground first. Every one of us, everybody of us, every animal of every one of us, except birds, every one of us are standing or sitting on ground, the star part of earth. And if you don't understand what is that, we cannot understand. We can't fly. We can't say fly is permanent. A bird's fly, but comes back to tree, and tree is rooted to earth. So ultimately, earth tree itself is an indicator of your question answer. What is tree? Tree tells you what earth is because tree is fixed to earth. It is fixed to earth means there is water and there is air. Both are there. There is sun. What does it do? It uses earth, ground. Same thing I am using soil, ground. Earth is soil. Soil is so important for life. People don't realize it because they do not look down, they always look up. This is character of everybody. That we never look facts. We never look upon facts. We always look upon abyss in air. Everybody wants to fly to skies. They say sky is limit. Yes, sky is limit for imagination, not for survival. You can't survive if you stay in sky always. You can't stay always. Can't stay in sky. There's no home in skies. There's no home in air. There's no building in air. Even if you fly, you have to come back after a few hours. Till today, that is a fact. Maybe after hundreds of years, I don't know, there may be some city in air. I can't say. But today, no, it's not there. They say sky is limit. I say no, sky is not limit. There is no sky I can say. It's all imagination. There's no sky. In fact, there is no sky. It's only weaving, nothing else. Just like you see image in sea water. It's not fact. The sky is nothing. We know that. Science knows that. We also know that yes, the sky is nothing. It's a vision effect. That's it. So what? What we should say? I should say, you should say, as engineers, soil is very definite material. It must be understood before everything else. That's what soil is. Little soil is, but we have to know it. Somebody has to tell us that you have to really understand this. That's why I am inclined to discuss at length soil. I discussed with people about something yesterday, and I was referring to book. I was I was talking about soil stabilization. Soil stabilization means improving soil properties. Stabilize, we say, make it stable so that it does not, with properties having now, that's not adequate enough. That's flexible one, and that flexibility we should use. We need some soil of some strength, some parameters complying, and that's what we have to convert existing soil to that one. Because we have to first of all, soil is never bad. It depends upon for which purpose you want to use it. Main purpose of soil is for agriculture. If you really, if you really want to have a requirement of soil, and that is for agricultural purpose, that is first requirement, not second requirement. If there is no agriculture, we can't live. It's that simple. First person is First profession is agriculture because that profession gives you only survival item, that's food, grains and vegetables and all that. That's first product where everybody has to work and eat. That's agriculture. Soil, whatever is available in nature, is approximately agricultural oriented. But because agriculture is not adequate alone, it's not sufficient alone, it's not suffice for human activities. Because human has been made as a progressive entity by God. Because yeah, because mind exists with human. A good level of mind exists with human. Mind exists with others also, but not to that multiplying factor, not to that powerful potential as human has. Human is rich in mind, and that mind is to be used for everything. Soil is good for agriculture, as I said, but we want soil for structure. So we have to change property of soil. Yes, soil may be good, it may be rock, it may be something else. If it is good, fine, that's okay, but it's not good. It doesn't meet your purpose which you want to plant. Then you have to certainly amend properties of soil there. And how to amend that? That is a question mark. It depends on what type of soil is there. This is cohesive soil or expensive soil. Expensive means not money wise expensive, means material volume wise expensive. And we know that clay or black cotton soil, or these are very expensive material. It expands in volumes when it comes in contact with water. And when water is dried off, it regains its strength to some extent, but it becomes, you know, like, it shrinks, it reduces in volume. And when it reduces volume, it expels all water from this, or water evaporates by heat management. For stabilization purpose, we have many methods we discussed. We have many methods we discuss in stabilization, and it is very powerful. It's very interesting. We could we discussed about, can say, what were methods. You remember mechanical stabilization we discussed, and cement stabilization, lime stabilization, bitumen stabilization, membrane stabilization, electrical and thermal and chemical. There were some methods we talked about, and some of them we discussed also. I try to add something to that. Now, there are ways, it is lime stabilization, traveling. Already we have done this other methods. There's now we have discussed about, there's lime stabilization we have to discuss. Then we have to discuss with lime and cement and bitumen stabilization, membrane stabilization, chemical stabilization, thermal stabilization. All this we have to understand all that. We have to do that. Indeed, we shall do that. But because books are not having explanatory answers, we have to refer to something else. Now, as far as this is concerned, I download many more files in this case, and I will like to talk on them little before jumping onto something else, and that's where it is. Now I'm going to talk. There is one file is stone column method in geoengineering projects. I downloaded, and there's another one that is ground soil resistivity, and then there is another one bitumen stabilization. There's one more that is electrical. What is soil resistivity and definition, measurement, etc. And then there is a thermal soil thermal resistivity, and then vibrostone columns. That is, and of course affects what are stone columns. So because we are starting with the stone columns, what are stone columns? This is one file, and another one, stone columns method in geoengineering project. I think this is a part of the one. So let me let me just start with this. What are stone columns? And and these two files I opened. I'm going to open these files, and what are stone columns? This one file. Then there's another file as well. No, it's not open yet. I don't know. Let me see why this file is open. This is another one. Stone columns method. So this is stone column methods, and there are stone columns, and there's other device I'm opening right now. Yeah, it's open. Yes. So this is one of three pages, and this is also one to water stone columns. Now this is one file, and let me just answer this from this file. This file is stone column ground. Stone column ground improvement. Ground means of course foundation ground improvement for foundation. Stone column ground improvement involves adding vertical columns of stone into ground to a depth of at least 4 meters. It can be more, or let's say 4 meters below surface. A layer of compacted gravel, a layer of compacted gravel can then be put over top of columns ready for construction of new houses foundations. Stone column method is quick to construct and can be done anytime, can be done whatever time of year. So stone column ground improvement involves adding vertical columns of stone into ground to a depth of at least 4 meters below ground surface. A layer of compacted gravel can then be put over top of columns ready for construction of new houses foundation. Stone columns method is quick to construct and can be done whatever time of year. That's one part. How are stone columns constructed? Okay. Stone columns are constructed by experienced contractors or applicators, you can say, using specialist equipment. Construction uses an excavator with a vibrating probe to feed stone into ground, forming a vertical column of stone. This is called means this method is through directly piling in, directly embedding in a pre-formed column. Some stone columns rigs feed some into ground through vibrating probe exiting at bottom, and other rigs require stone to be fed in from ground surface down vertical hole in ground. Both types use a vibrating probe that densifies surrounding soils to help feed stone into ground. Some stone column rigs feed stone into ground through vibrating probe exiting at bottom, and other rigs require stone to be fed in from ground surface down vertical hole in ground. Both types are both types vibration use a vibrating probe and probe that densifies surrounding soils to help feed stone into ground. The simple one, this is like pile we used to dry in past precast piles. So This just is not precast but pre-formed stone columns. And then it says how to stone how stone columns improve ground and how are stone columns constructed. Now, stone columns help to limit amount and consequences of future liquefaction. What does it do? Stone columns help to limit amount and consequences of future liquefaction, densifying soil through vibration and introducing stone into soil, reinforcing soil creation, reinforcing soil creating a stiff, reinforcing soil creating a stiff composite soil mass. By achieving this, by achieving this, non-liquefying soil crust is thickened and stiffened to reduce likelihood of undulations, tilt, and uneven ground surface subsistence from liquefaction of underlying soil layers, therefore reducing damage to house foundation. In addition, stone columns may sometimes provide soil with an increased damage drainage path. In addition, stone columns may sometimes provide soil with an increased drainage path to help reduce excess pore water pressure that can lead to liquefaction. So, columns can reduce consequences of liquefaction when occurs. Now, I like to show some photographs of this before let me finish this text. An advantage and an advantage of stone column is that no dewatering or excavation is required for construction and they typically have a short construction period. What soils suit stone columns? 1 minute please. Let me lubricate my throat. It's already more than 1 hour. My dear friends, soil is very important part of life. Don't take it for granted. We can't take soil for granted, and we have to find information from various sources because information is important. If we have information, we can use it. If it is reliable, if we don't have reliable information, then we have to find reliable information. But information I'm giving you is based on experience. It's based on facts. It's not based on just books or imagination. It's based on some engineered information for engineered works. So stone columns are best suited to sandy soils, it says. A greater concentration of stone columns are required in siltier soils. If there's silt in soil or even in sand soil, there's silt, means greater concentration of stone columns are required in siltier soils because of large equipment required and requirement for an area to store stones stones gravel. This method may not be practical for smaller properties or those with limited access. This what it says. So let's go now. Space 2 of 2. I show you now some photographs based on my camera if I can. I will delete something as did I did yesterday. I have to delete something, add something. That's what's to be done. By I think my phone was off by the time I come back. It is off. Other file is which I'm there with. Let us come now. My phone is off. I don't know how it is off. This is then this other file which is again stone columns, and this is stone column method in geoengineering projects. This is about same small file, and it says that stone columns. I think it comes back, so I'll take photograph first. Just a little short here. So it's not. What is this here? That's some fun, I think. Let me see what's happening. I don't know something's wrong with this. No problem. Okay, let me see if I can take this photograph. There's some problem in camera, I think. Some problem in camera is not fully open. I think now it's open. Okay. Why is that? Yeah, it's not open. Why you open? Stone columns are commonly installed by water jetting. I think I have to wait for there's some problem here. In my mobile, I think there's a problem here. You put it off and do it again. Some problem there exists in the mobile. Some wait, I'm sorry. Stone column. I first I'll read file and then I'll have some problem in my mobile, so maybe I'm not here to help you. Let's come back. Let's see. Okay. Stone columns are commonly installed by water jetting or air jetting, cylindrically vibrating probes into ground to form holes. Stone columns are commonly installed by water jetting or air jetting, cylindrical vibrating probes. Water jetting or air jetting, cylindrical vibrating probe into ground to form holes, which are backfilled and with gravel or crust rock, densified by which are filled with gravel or crust rock, densified by vibratory probe as it is withdrawn from ground. So here it's not pre-formed, but this is gravels. We have to or crust rock. We have to put in fill in this. This is a different application of stone columns. It says water jetting is part water jetting is part of vibratory floating. Something's wrong with my I don't know what happened with this mobile. Something wrong somewhere. wallet. Some problem in my mobile. Sorry. So what I say, the stone columns are commonly installed by water jetting or radiating stone equipped probes into ground to form holes, which are backfilled with gravel or crust rock densified by vibratory probe as it is withdrawn from ground. Water jetting is part of vibro floating. Vibro jetting, water jetting is part of vibro floating technology. Some guys really problem this mobile. I don't know. It's come now. Okay. Oh my God. It took so much time to come back. Don't know. Anyway, glad to see it's come back. If I can do it now, let me see. Delete. Okay, delete. You also go. You also go. Okay, delete. And you also go. Delete. So I deleted photo. You have to see it. Wait. Okay, let me take photograph now. I deleted someone. Genuinely sorry. Mobile took some time. So I'm really sorry for that. You have to do. Life is like that. You have to miss something. Now I will take this photograph of camera. Mm. Let's take this photograph here. You see these two steps that I'm showing you. It's one sketch, and then there is another sketch. Let's say also this together. Better, and this is for stone column, as I said, and I'm now putting in this on this video. This is stone column photograph. I'm going to put in here. One is that. This is, you can see, you see this is, how stone column is being driven in after drilling, simultaneous drilling in. You know, um, this is your machine boom, and this is mechanism of driving, and this is your column, and this is the location layout of where this can be driven. You can see various locations of stone column here. See, one, there's a staggered one, one, two, three on first row, then two on second row, then like that, three and two and three and two is there. This is what is location, how we drive them. So there are two sketches. One is photograph and one is drawing. This is what stone column is all about. This is directly preformed stone column driven into ground to improve ground, sand ground, stabilize ground, soil. Is the purpose. So I will take it off from here. There are three other photographs too. So I'll take this off. And probably then I go to other one. This of course another one. This is, you know this is, you can see, same one, and it's only. So I'll delete these sketches because I don't need them after this. Let me delete them. My phone is not responding properly, so I delete them as well. I delete them. I delete this also. and maybe I'll delete someone else later on. So I'll keep them now here. And let me see other sketch in other file, and that's here. Now this is also there may be some sketch in this. Let me see. Yes, there is a sketch. I think I showed you before also. Even then I'll show you again, no problem, because this is not like what we did. This is different type of sketch here. This is different type, and this is here. Uh, this is not this crust is stone in. This is not direct inside driving off that. This crust is stone in, and let's see that. So this is that, and if I show you here, because it is different. It's not like before only pre-molded, or you can say pre-shaped. This is not. This is crushed aggregates being added to that that drilled portion, and this is being compacted in this crushed aggregates are being compacted in this case. So our second file. You see the final product here. You can see like this. Final product here, and this is in process. You can see it's in process being done. The start of that. So this is that one. I take this now. Put it okay. Take it out as well because I will take more photographs. So I'll put off this. So let's move further. Now I'll read the file in full because one file I read. This file is so I repeat. Please don't mind. Stone columns are commonly installed by water jetting or air jetting cylindrical vibrating probes into ground to form holes, which we said it is drill holes, which are backfilled with gravel or crust rock densified by vibratory probe as it's withdrawn from ground means we say densified by vibratory probe. When we take out them or withdraw from ground, same time these crust rock aggregates are densified by vibratory probe. Water jetting is part of vibro flotation technology, which is often referred to as vibro replacement or wet top fill method. Air jetting is part of vibro displacement. Air jetting is part of vibro displacement of dry top or bottom fill method. Sometimes pre-augering is used to reduce amount of ground displacement. Pre-augering is used to reduce amount of ground displacement during installation. Vibro replacement method has less displacement and vibration disturbance to surrounding ground than vibro displacement method. However, it has other environmental impacts due to slurry generated during installation. Stone columns carry more load than surrounding soil due to their greater stiffness. Stress concentration ratio of stress carried by column to that carried by in situ matrix soil and area replacement ratio. So stress concentration ratio, that's ratio of stress carried by column to that carried by in situ matrix soil, and area replacement ratio, that is ratio of column cross section area to total treatment area, are two key design parameters. Typical stress concentration ratio. Typical stress concentration ratio for stone column in weak soil ranges from 2 to 5. Typical stress concentration ratio, stress taken by columns to that of soil. This is what we said. What is in the first definition? Stress concentration ratio, ratio of stress carried by column to that carried by in situ matrix soil, and the other area replacement ratio of column cross section area to total treatment area. So this is 2 to 5, means columns when inserted data twice to 5 times of what soil can take. This technique involves improvement of weak soils by installation of densely compacted columns. Typical stress concentration ratio for stone columns in weak soil ranges from 2 to 5, means 200 to 500%. This technique involves improvement of weak soil by installation of densely compacted columns made from gravel or similar material with a wide radius. Displacement process reinforces all soils in treatment zone and intensifies surrounding granular soils. Now, what are common uses? Reduce foundation settlement. Number one, which is the most important, and that's particularly reduce foundation settlement. Increase bearing capacity, allowing reduction in footing size, increase stiffness, increase shear strength, reduce permeability, mitigate potential for liquefaction, permits shallow footing construction in treated fields, very effective for sand compaction and land reclamation. Advantages. This is uses. This was common use. The advantages offers an economical alternative to piling, a versatile ground improvement method then can be adjusted to a wide variety of soil conditions and foundation requirements. Can be carried out to depths of up to 15 meters. Up to 15 meters. Relatively quick execution, so subsequent structural works can follow very quickly. It means relatively quick execution to so subsequent structural works can follow very quickly. Enables standard shallow foundations which can lead to savings, environmentally friendly as recycled materials can be used, extremely quiet with low vibration. That was properties of this, and this is from spargrp.com. Okay, just for this. I can again say advantages better. Before that, I say what are the uses. Again, for information, this system column reduces foundation settlement. When it means foundation settlement is reduced, bearing capacity is increased, and allowing reduction in footing size, stiffness, soil stiff is increased, shear strength is increased, soil permeability is reduced, and liquefaction is mitigated, and footing construction, and you can say permits shallow footing construction, and very effective for sand compaction and land reclamation. And its advantages are economical. Number one, it's economical to filing, a versatile ground improvement method that can be adjusted to a wide variety of soil conditions and foundation requirements, can be carried out to depths up to 15 meters, relatively quick execution, so subsequent structural works can follow very quickly. Enables standard shallow foundations which can lead to savings. Environmental friendly as recycled materials can be used, extremely quiet with low vibration. These are two files which I had to discuss with you about stone columns. Now we'll see, means we'll close these files, and these files are closed now. I'd like to take this other files because we have to discuss a lot on this. This was about stone columns. Now we have other methods in this case, which are also very important one, but in fact very important. And these files decide some our stone files now. Now we say app ground soil resistivity, and then bitumen soil stabilization. Bitumen I'll take later on. Controls now is then what is soil resistivity, and I'll take up thermal soil treatment, and then I'll take a vibrant station call. I've taken already this. While water stone call, this two I've taken. Now let me first go to block. What is actually left in my, because I have to sequence into block. That's very important point here. I was talking to you about soil stabilization from this because now in this stabilization process, what we said before, that cement stabilization, that's something else we've done already. And we have to say traveling plant method, that's also there. Stationary plant only with lime stabilization, or before that we can say, let me leave lime stabilization just small here. We'll see how to handle that combination of lime and cement and lime fly ash building. A lot in the fly ash and GGBS, we have all done that. So this is just for in soil generally, just for lime stabilization. Soil generally contains sand, soil generally contains sand, silt, and clay fractions. Depending upon nature of weathering, clay minerals present may be Mount Morillonite, illite, or kaolinite, or a combination of these clay minerals. These clay minerals carry a negatively charge on surface and to a large extent responsible for imparting plasticity to soil sample. Such type of soils have been successfully stabilized by lime decreasing plasticity of soil. This is about clay soils. Then now it says that it also says that general use of lime is restricted to warm or moderate climate. Warm and moderate climate, because lime stabilized soils break up under freezing and thawing. So freezing and thawing are not suitable conditions for lime stabilization. Lime brings changes in plasticity properties of soil. So lime is related to change in plasticity properties of soil, and plasticity means related to poison soils. So lime brings changes in plasticity properties of soil. It decreases soil density. Lime decreases soil density. That what says in beginning it says, and increases soil strength. Density is decreased and soil strength is increased. Lime acts with soil in three ways. One is reactions is change. First is reactions is change of water film around clay minerals. Change of water film around clay minerals. Very important point. This is change of water film around change of water film around clay minerals. Second process by which lime changes a soil is that of coagulation. Coagulation or flocculation of soil particles. We have learned that coagulation and flocculation in the structure of that. Flocculation and coagulation. One particle comes in contact with another one, then it comes in contact with other one. So these coagulate together. This increase their shape. So coagulation means a grouping in, and flocculation means one over other one in flat position. First of reaction is to change water film around clay minerals. That water film, adhesive water, we discussed about these clay particles of the others which basically keep distance, and like the structure of soil, we said how many pages of that were there in that, and one is about 7 arms strong, and one is about 10 arms strong, that we studied there. First of reaction is change of water film around clay minerals, and other one is lime changes soil in is coagulation or flocculation of soil particles. Third process through which lime affects soil is reaction of lime with soil ingredients to form new chemicals. So chemistry is there. Lime changes chemistry. It forms new chemistry. So number one is use of lime stabilization leads to changes. You can say water film around clay minerals means change of water film around minerals. Number one. Number two is coagulation or flocculation of soil particles. It says second process by which lime changes a soil that of coagulation, flocculation of soil particles, and number three is that it that sorry it you know it affects soil. It affects soil. Reaction of lime with soil ingredients to form new chemicals. So it results in new chemicals of ingredients of soil. Two main ingredients of soil which react with lime are alumina and silica. Alumina and silica, these two ingredients are there in soil. Alumina is there and silica is there, and this is long-term reaction which strengthens the soil lime mixture. Long-term reaction which strengthens soil lime mixture and is also known as pozzolanic, Pozzolanic, pozzolanic action. That is alumina and silica. This is long-term reaction which strengthens soil lime mixture and is also known as pozzolanic action. Degree to which lime shall react with soil depends on quantity of lime, soil type, and per period of curing for soil lime mixture. One most important property of lime is that it changes soil's plasticity appreciably. Changes soil plasticity appreciably. Lime increases both liquid limit and plastic limit. It increases both liquid limit and plastic limit for soils having a plasticity index of less than 15. For soil having a plasticity index of less than 15, which is in turn increases plasticity index. However, however, in case of more plastic soils, lime decreases liquid limit. Lime decrease. First it says that lime increases both liquid and plastic limit for soils having a plasticity index of less than 15. Means if up to 15 plasticity index, which means a difference of plastic limit and liquid limit, it's up to limit is a 15. This difference is 15. Means in that case lime increases liquid limit and plastic limit. But it says which in turn increases plasticity index. Okay, when you change, if you increase liquid limit, plastic, there's an increase in plasticity index. Means when it's a difference of 15, it may be then 6, something like that. But in case of more plastic soils, means more water requiring soils. Lime decreases liquid limit, which is good one. Lime decreases liquid limit and increases plastic limit, which in turn reduces plasticity index. Generally, lime is used from 5 to 10% by weight. 5 to 10% by weight use lime. Well, there may be some confusion in this paragraph. We'll see later on. I was saying that when it's up to 15, and it says it's more than Chintan increases plasticity index. However, in case of more plastic soils, lime decreases liquid limit and increases plastic limit, which in turn it reduces plasticity index. This point is not clear. Well, C means something is erroneous here. It's up here. Combination of, so it says generally lime is used from 5 to 10% by weight in construction works. 5 to 10%. Now combination of lime and cement. Combination of lime and cement in method of stabilization. Action of lime is utilized to start with to reduce plastic nature of heavy clays. The stabilization means method of stabilization. Action of lime is utilized to start with to reduce plastic nature of heavy clays. This is what stabilization means for. Means plastic nature you have to reduce. Addition of cement would bring about quick strength. Thus, basic reactions involved in this type of stabilizations are base exchange, hydration, and Pozzolanic reaction. Number one is base exchange, number two is hydration, and number three is Pozzolanic action. Principles involved in producing a strong mix are same as those outlined under cement and lime stabilization. For a given amount of lime added to mix, strength goes on increasing until an optimum amount of lime is reached, and therefore thereafter strength decreases. Strength decrease means when it reaches to optimum level of lime percentage. Up to that point strength increases, and thereafter strength decreases. Laboratory results show that this type of stabilization may be more effective for stabilization of black cotton soils. Now, lime fly ash stabilization. I have already done it, but just for refresher to understand what we are talking about. Fly ash, we know this is industrial waste obtained from burning of powdered coal. Fly ash particles are very fine, and are predominantly siliceous, 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 siliceous. Predominantly siliceous means base silica based in nature. This is this is considered as a pozzolana because fly ash reacts with lime only in presence of water, producing a cementitious material. Main reactions in case of lime fly ash with soil are base exchange phenomenon and two pozzolanic reaction. This type stabilization is successful. This type of stabilization is successful wherever lime stabilization is effective. This type of stabilization is successful wherever lime stabilization is effective, especially for foundations of residential buildings. Now, in case for soil cement and soil lime, lime fly ash generally decreases maximum density and causes a slight reduction in plasticity index. Due to wide variation in properties of fly ash, due to wide variation in properties of fly ash, samples each source must be investigated in detail to determine whether or not fly ash will react with lime. This is basics of this. But we are using lime, we are using uh, PFA, we are using RHE, thrust hatch, and also GGBS. And like that, we are using this, which we already talked in yesterday's papers. It's also something now here, which is bituminous stabilization. Then there is membrane stabilization, and then there is chemical thermal stabilization, electrical stabilization. Let me finish this. Let's say bituminous stabilization because I have bitumen paper also. Or let me see first method. Now, bitumen stabilization, I'm reading this, we'll discuss this later on. Soil stabilization with bituminous materials. Bituminous materials are obtained either as natural materials or as byproduct from petroleum industry. Several types and grades of bituminous materials are available, such as asphalts, varying from 10 penetration to 300 penetration. That is properties of the asphalts. varying from 10 penetrations to 300 penetrations asphalt. Cutback of rapid curing, cutbacks of rapid curing and medium curing and slow curing 0 to 6, emulsions of various viscosity and tars of various viscosity and pitches. Stabilization of soil with bituminous materials, satisfactory, satisfactory for coarse grained or granular soils. Says stabilization of soil with bituminous materials, satisfactory for coarse grained or granular soils. Use for stabilization, use for stabilizing plastic soils is limited. Following two concepts are in existence regarding bituminous stabilization. Use of design criteria based on cementation strength. Use of use of design criteria based on cementation strength and attempt only to attempt only to waterproof waterproof soil in order to maintain inherent strength of stabilized material under all conditions of building. Advantage of first concept is that it attains maximum stability. It attains maximum stability for continuous traffic. For continuous traffic. This type of stabilization is used in road mix works where existing road metal on roads, etc., is improved during construction stages. This type of stabilization is very effective through those costly. Second concept of stabilization uses low quantities of bituminous materials to waterproof of finer particles of soil. The largest this matter, the second concept is of sterilization uses low quantities of bituminous materials to waterproof finer particles of soil. In this case, initial stability of mix is not used as criteria. Initial stability of mix is not used as a criteria, but only water absorption is governing factor. This type of stabilization should be only used after carefully studying properties of soil and its inherent stability with and without admixtures. It's, it's essential to provide proper compaction to high densities at controlled moisture contents during construction. Main main advantage of this second concept is lower cost of stabilization. Now, sorry, honey, I was not talking about honey. Okay, I take water. Let me take water. Better. I'm dry. My throat is dry. I should take water. Okay. 1 minute. 85% humidity. Believe it. 90% humidity. Can you hold like that? In the morning time, what happened in the evening time? All right. Okay. So it says is now while treating while treating cohesive soils with bituminous admixtures, mm, while treating cohesive soils with bituminous admixtures, special attention should be paid to all factors which might contribute to structural integrity of stabilized material. Drainage is considered to keep Drainage is considered to keep surface filtration and adverse groundwater conditions within limits. Consideration should also Consideration should also be done to amount of traffic which road is scheduled to carry. Climatic conditions, availability of construction equipment, and uniformity of soil conditions also affect bituminous stabilization. As a general guide, heaviest asphalt which can be easily mixed into soil is used. Heaviest asphalt which can be mixed easily mixed with into soil is used. Amount of bitumen required to stabilize soil varies between about 2 to 3%, 2 to 3% for sandy materials and 6 to 8% for clay. Bituminous stabilized soil is not used as wearing surface. Bituminous stabilized soil is not used as wearing surface for high traffic road, although sometimes it's used as a wearing surface for low cost road. I will speak it again, bituminous specialization, because we have to discuss on this paper. Then membrane stabilization, I will not take up immediately. Then electrical. So let us finish this talk on from book. It says soil stabilization with bituminous materials. Bituminous materials are obtained either as natural materials or by product from petroleum. Petroleum industry, several types of grades of bituminous materials are available, such as asphalt varying from 10 penetration to 300 penetration asphalts, and and such as such as sorry such as asphalt varying from 10 penetration to 300 penetration, cutbacks of rapid curing and medium curing and slow curing 0 to 6, emulsions of various viscosity and tars of various viscosity and pitches. Stabilization of soil with bituminous materials satisfactory for coarse-grained or granular soils. Its use for stabilizing plastic soils is limited. Following two concepts are in existence regarding bituminous stabilization. Use of design criteria based on cementation strength, attempt only to waterproof soil in order to maintain inherent strength of stabilized material under all conditions of weathering. So number one is use of design criteria based on cementation strength and attempt only to waterproof conditions of weathering. Advantage of first concept is that it attains maximum stability for continuous traffic. This type of stabilization is used in road mix works where existing road metal on roads etc. is improved during construction stage. This type of stabilization is very effective, though it's expensive cost. Second concept of stabilization. Second concept of stabilization uses low cost, low quantities of bitumen material to waterproof finer particles of soil. So first method use of design criteria based on cementitious strength, which says that advantage of first is it attains maximum stability for continuous traffic. Advantage of first concept is that it attains maximum stability for continuous traffic. This type of stabilization is used in road networks where existing road metal on roads. Structure is improved during construction stages. This type of stabilization is very effective, though expensive, costly. Second concept stabilization attempted to waterproof soil means a second concept installation uses low quantities of bituminous materials to waterproof finer particles of soil. In this case, initial stability of mix is not used as a criteria, but only water absorption is governing factor. This type of stabilization should be only used after carefully studying properties of soil and its inherent stability. With and without admixture is essential to provide proper compaction to high densities at controlled moisture content during construction. Main advantage of second concept is lower cost of stabilization. Now, while treating cohesive soils with bituminous admixtures, special attention should be paid to all factors which might contribute to structural integrity of stabilized material. Drainage is considered to keep surface infiltration and adverse groundwater conditions within limits. Considering Consideration should also be done into amount of traffic which road is scheduled to carry. Climatic conditions, availability of construction equipment, and uniformity of soil conditions also affect bituminous stabilization, and uniformity of soil conditions also affect bituminous stabilizations. As a general guide, heaviest asphalt, heaviest asphalt which can be easily mixed into soil is used. Amount of bitumen required to stabilize soil varies between about 2 to 3% for sandy material and 6 to 8% for clay. Bituminous 2-3% for sandy soil and 6 to 8% for clay. Bituminous stabilized soil is not used as bearing surface for a high traffic road, although sometimes it's used for basis of low load. Membrane stabilization. I take a paper of this soil, this bituminous stabilization. If membrane stabilization, if soils which are not satisfactory for sub-base construction and isolated from external source of water, it can be used successfully as a sub-base. If an envelope, if an envelope subgrade is to be used as a sub-base, material is compared to a high density at a low possible moisture content. It is enveloped subgrade. Enveloped subgrade soil does not function satisfactorily as base course. Under high traffic pavements, because it is impossible to compact most of clay soils to densities which shall result in strengths approaching to that of crushed stone or soil aggregates mixtures. Water is enveloped soil is held by surface tension. When a that now we'll go through, and this actually there's a pavement, there's a base, and there is a granular subbase. The surface is a coarse, and there is enveloped subgrade, enveloped subgrade. This is enveloped subgrade. electrical, say, comparison of ordinary and envelope dissection. I will show you this for you. Just what is envelope to understand that. This is sketch here, old sketch, those in book can. This is sketch here. You can see this. This is envelope here. You can see the back surface and this envelope here. So we'll follow up with this. We'll take up now chemical stabilization, etc. Electrical stabilization. Now this will go back to bituminous stabilization. In this case, that's the page also. Okay, let's see this one. We'll take this later on. Now, now come back to topic which we are set in. It's very important now. This topic is about bitumen soil stabilization. Bitumen soil stabilization. Bitumen soil stabilization, and this is Journal of Earth Science and Engineering. This is David publishing soil stabilization using bitumen emulsion and cement combination as additive. This is Ayuninola Benga Matthew and Abidio Shala Paul, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. The abstract is this study examined effects of effects of stabilizing laterite soil, lateritic soil, lateritic soil, lateritic soil with combination of bitumen emulsion and cement. Soil samples were obtained from borrow pits located in Koha area council in Abuja. 3% of additives were considered, 4%, three percentages actually. Number one is 4%, number two is 6%, and 8%. Bitumen emulsion and cement contents, bitumen emulsions and cement contents were combined in percentages. Bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined in percentages, that's 100 bitumen emulsion, 0 cement, 75 bitumen emulsion, 50, 25 cement, and then 50 emulsion and 50 cement, and then 25 bitumen emulsion, 75 cement, and 0 emulsion and 100 to form 5 additives. These are 5 additives in ratio bitumen emulsion and cement. Again, bitumen is 100, cement is 0, bitumen is 75, cement is 25, bitumen emulsion 50, cement is 50, bitumen is 25, cement is 35, and bitumen emulsion 0, cement is 100, form 5 additives. Stabilized soils and unstabilized soils. Stabilized soils and unstabilized soils control. Geotechnical properties such as unconfined compressive strength, UCS. Test and California bearing ratio CBR. Tests were determined. UCS CBR for soil samples A and B were 0.46 MPa. So UCS and CBR for soil samples A and B were 0.46 MPa, 0.46 46, it's gone. MPa and 19.6%, 0.95 MPa and 22.6% respectively. CBR of soil A at 4% additives of mixed proportions, 100%, 0%, 75%, 25%, 50%, 50%, 25%, 75%, and 0%, 100%. Were 49.1%, 68.8%, 140.5%, 172.1%, and 118, 218.5% respectively. This means UCS and CBR for soil samples A and B were 0.46 MPa and for 19.6%. So 4.4 MPa is UCS and CBR is 19.6, and this is the other values, zero point 0.9 PMPA and 20.06 respectively. CBR of soil A and B, these are CBR soil A at 4% additives, 4% additives of mixed proportions, 100 0, 75 25, 50 50, 25 75, and 0 100 watt, 49.1, 68.8, 140.5, 175, 172.1, and 218.5 respectively. Corresponding values for UCS were 0.64, 0.66, 1.21, 1.27, 1.33, while for 8% additives, CBR for soil B were 78.4%, 88.4%, 180.5%, 224.2%, 288.1%, and UCS were 0.48, 0.68, 1.5, 2.16, or 0.45 respectively. It was observed that both UCS and CBR values increased as cement component increased for both soil samples. Stabilizing laterite with mixture of bitumen emulsion and cement improved strength of soil. Now it's introduction, let's say. Mm, 2 hours 14 minutes. I think that it's not bad anyway. Let us see. I think you are feeling bored with my submissions, right? Introduction is stabilization is a process to improve subsoil engineering properties prior to construction. This can be accomplished in several ways, such as preloading of grounds, application of high energy impacts, use of sand drains and sand filters, prefabricated wick drains, and chemical additives. On other hand, laterite describes no material. Laterite describes no material with reasonable constant properties. To try to do this in temperature countries, so on other hand, laterite describes no material with reasonable constant properties. To those in temperate countries, it It could be described as a red friable clay surface. Red friable clay surface. To those in hilly tropical countries, it could be described as very hard, homogeneous, vesicular, massive clinker. Like materials with a framework of red, hydrated ferric oxide of vesicular infill of soft aluminum oxide of yellow color and in less hilly country. It could exist as a very hard or soft, coarse, angular red laterite soil. Laterite soil as a group rather than well-defined materials are most commonly found in a found in a ledge soil found in a ledge soil of humid tropics. Laterite is a surface formation in hot and wet tropic areas. Wet tropic areas which is enriched in iron and aluminum and develops by intensive and long-lasting weathering of underlying parent rock. These very properties have brought limitations to their use on some construction sites. Many of these limitations have been overcome by addition of stabilizing agents to improve their properties or by various other means of soil improvement. Some some of stabilization methods include use of cement lime fly ash and bitumen depending on type of soil and site condition. Portland cement has been used with great success in stabilizing normal soil because almost all soils respond to treatment with cement. However, chemical conditions of some soils which can inhibit normal hardening of cement or lead ultimately to loss of durability or high construction cost for highly plastic soils have limited their use. Bituminous stabilization is also being in use for construction purpose all over world, and so is hydrated lime. Hydrated lime in its own case increases soil strength primarily by pozzolanic action with formation of cementation materials, especially in granular materials or lean clays. Bituminous stabilization is generally achieved using asphalt cement. Let me think. Let me put one fan for 5-10 minutes so that it should not be overburnt. Yes. Right, let's see. Use one fan for 5, then I'll see. So hydrated lime in its own case increases soil strength, primarily by pozzolanic action with formation of cementation materials, especially in granular material, these clays. Bituminous stabilization is generally achieved using asphalt cement, cutbacks asphalt, or asphalt emulsions. Type of bitumen to be used depends on soil to be stabilized, method of construction, weather conditions. In frost areas, use of tar as a binder should be avoided because of its high temperature susceptibility. Asphalts are affected to a lesser extent by temperature change, but a grade of asphalt suitable to prevailing climatic conditions, prevailing climate, prevailing climate, should be selected. Asphalts are affected to a lesser extent by temperature changes, but a greater grade of asphalt suitable to prevailing climate conditions should be selected. As a general rule, most satisfactory results are obtained when asphalt, most viscous liquid asphalt that can be readily mixed into soil is used. For higher quality mixes, in which central plant is used, viscosity grade asphalt cements should be used. Much bituminous stabilization is performed in place with bitumen being applied directly on soil or soil aggregate system and mixing and compaction operation being conducted immediately thereafter. For this type of construction, liquid asphalts, that is, cutbacks and emulsions are used. Emulsions are preferred over cutbacks because of energy constraints and pollution control effects. Inferior quality material can be made to resist excessive deformation and deflection by applying soil stabilization or modification techniques. Soil stabilization and soil modification are both related to improvement of soil properties so that they suit they suit a particular purpose. Soil modification often Soil modification often refers to soil improvement that happen during or shortly after mixing modified soils are those after mixing. Modified soils are those consistency, whose consistency and grade and of swelling properties are improved to desired extent and strength is increased to certain extent. Soil stabilization is broadly classified into four types, namely thermal, electrical, mechanical, and chemical. Thermal, electrical, mechanical, and chemical. Chemical stabilizers are Chemical stabilizers are most widely used in road construction industry and broadly classified in three groups, traditional, namely traditional stabilizers, non-traditional stabilizers, and byproduct stabilizers. Laterite is a group of weathered, highly weathered soil formed by concentration of hydrated oxide. Laterite is a group of Laterite is a group of highly Laterite is a group of highly weathered soils formed by concentration of hydrated oxides of iron and aluminum. Soils under this classification are characterized by forming hard, impenetrable, and often inversible pans when dried. Laterite is a group of highly Laterite is a group of highly weathered soils formed by concentration of hydrated oxide of iron and aluminum. Soils under these classifications are characterized by forming hard, impenetrable, and often inversible pans. When dried, laterites and lateritic soils form a group comprising a wide variety of red, brown, and yellow fine-grained residual soils of light texture as well as nodular gravel and cemented soils, named laterite based on hardening, such as ferric and iron-rich cemented crusts, alkite or bauxite, for aluminum-rich cemented crusts, and calcrete for calcium carbonate rich cemented calcium carbonate rich cemented rich crust. and silicate for silica-rich cemented crust. Other definitions have been based on ratios of silica SiO2 to sesquioxide, sesquio, sesquioxides Fe2O3, Fe2O3, Al2O3. In laterite, ratio are less than 1.33. In laterite, ratios are less than 1.33. Those between 1.33 and 2 are, are indicative of laterite. Those between 1.33 and 2 are indicative of laterite soils, and those greater than 2 are indicative of non-lateritic soil. Most laterites are encountered in an already hardened state. When laterite is exposed to air or dried out by lowering groundwater table, irreversible, irreversible hardening occurs, producing a material suitable for use as a building or road stone. Lateritic soils behave more like fine-grained sands, gravels, and soft rocks. Laterite typically, laterite typically has a porous and a vesicular appearance, which may be self-hardening when exposed to drying, or if they are not self-hardening, they may contain appreciable amount of hardened laterite rock or laterite gravel. Behavior of laterite soils in pavement structures has been found to depend mainly on their particle size characteristics, nature and strength of gravel particles, degree to which soils have been compacted, as well as traffic and environmental conditions. It was found that stabilized soils have beneficial engineering properties and could potentially be used more often, though additional field use and testing should be carried out for proper scientific procedures. Furthermore, during experimental study, during experimental study of shear strength of stabilized soil, duration of failure of each specimen being tested was observed to increase with increase in stabilizers. Also, shear stress at which failure occurred reduced, and most soil samples mixture increased in shear strength. Stabilization of soil is employed when it is more economical to overcome inefficiency in a readily available material than to bring in one that fully complies with requirement of specification for soil. It has been regarded it has been regarded as last resort for upgrading substandard materials where no economic alternative is available. A continual reference to economy has here denotes a careful consideration of all costs that would be incurred by import not readily available. If a complaint, if a compliant soil and com- comparing this to cost of improving properties of an unstable but readily available soil. Now, some terms and reference, okay, commonly applied to in chemical stabilization of soil, especially with Portland cement, lime, and asphalt. All agents for stabilization have particular soil material to they are applied, which they are applied would produce required properties. Cement stabilization involves three processes: cement hydration, cation exchange, and reaction and pozzolanic reaction. Carbonation. Cement hydration chemically is a chemical reaction. Cement hydration is a chemical reaction between cement and water to produce calcium hydroxide on hydrated lime CaOH2. Soil and cement reaction involves replacement of divalent calcium Ca and H2 Ca power 2 plus divalent calcium, absorption of COH2 and cementation at inner particle contracts by a tobermorite gel. Calcium silicate, chief constituent of Portland cement, produces lime calcium OH2 CaOH2 and tubermorite gel, which which are responsible for strength increase in treated soil. Bituminous soil stabilization refers to a process by which a controlled amount of bituminous material is thoroughly mixed within existing soil materials to form a stable base for wearing surface, very coarse. Bitumen increases cohesive and load-bearing capacity of soil and, and resistant, renders it resistant to action of water. Stabilization of soil with bitumen differs greatly from cement stabilization. Basic mechanism basic mechanism involved in bitumen stabilization is the waterproofing phenomenon. Soil particles are coated with bitumen that prevents or slow, slows penetration of water. Most bituminous soil stabilization has been performed with asphalt cement, cut back asphalt, and asphalt emulsions. Soils Soils that can be stabilized effectively with bituminous materials usually contain less than 30% passing number 200 soil that can be stabilized effectively with bituminous mesh materials usually contain less than 30% passing 200 and have a plasticity index less than 10. Soils classified by USC, SW, SP, SWSM, SPSM, SWSC, SPSC, SMSC, SMSC, GWGP, SWGM, SPGM, SWGC, GPGC, GN, GC, GM, GC can be effectively stabilized with bituminous metals, provided above-mentioned gradation and plasticity requirements are met. There are two major types of bitumen emulsions: cation bitumen emulsion and anionic bitumen emulsion. Cationic emulsifiers are generally based on long hydrocarbon nitrogen compounds such as alkyl amines. Alkyl amines are powerful surface active compounds with great influence on surface tension. Anionic anionic bitumen emulsion is normally based on fatty acids. A fatty acid molecule consists of a long hydrocarbon chain and terminates with carboxyl group. Emulsifiers solution Emulsifier solution is prepared reaction reaction anionic emulsifier with sodium hydroxide. This reaction is called spa- saponification. Saponification, chemical substance that can enter in normal in natural reactions of soil and and control moisture. Chemicals can okay. Now, chemical substance that can enter in natural reaction of soil and control moisture getting to clay particles. Therefore, converting clay converting clay fraction to permanent cement that holds mass of aggregate together. Chemical stabilizer, in order to perform well, must provide strong and soluble cation that can exchange with weaker clay cations or to remove water from clay lattice, resulting in a soil mass with higher density and permanent structural change. Materials. Materials. Let's now. Two borrow pits were located now because before material we go, I think we have to repeat what we have talked. It's better because this paper is technical and we should not be in hurry. We want to finish this because this is very much technical paper. Don't go for language alone. Now, before jumping on the metal, I will introduce it again so that at least you will be clear with what you're talking of. I may take it later also. Now, well, I also to jump onto FIDIC because I did not do that for many days. I will just briefly tell you what we have to discuss in soil and this this we are talking currently is bitumen soil stabilization. This we are talking to you now and come back to the specimen for UCS test. Wait a minute. It says this and it says taking measurement during sample collection and specimen for UCS in compression machine. Then you can say soil in molded for compaction and CBR. Well, okay, it's a lengthy one. It should be fast on this now. So Let us see. I take some photographs for showing you this. We'll see later on. Yes. Because this one, so I would say, let me. So we are saying soil stabilization using bitumen emulsion and cement combination as additive. Stabilization is a process of improving subsoil engineering properties prior to construction. This can be accomplished in several ways, such as preloading of grounds, application of high energy impacts, use of sand drains and sand filters, prefabricated wick drains, and chemical additives. On other hand, laterite describes no materials with reasonable constant properties. To those in temperature countries, it could be described as a red friable clay surface. To those in hilly tropical countries, it could be described as a very hard, homogeneous, vesicular, massive clinker. Like materials with a framework of red hydrated ferric oxide, a vesicular infill of soft aluminum oxide of yellowish color, and in less highly country, if it could exist as a very hard or soft coarse angular red. I'm just going to revise that and repeat that because I do not take complete paper today. I will go to FIDIC also. Just I'm giving you a little in introduction, which I just an introduction of this is stabilization is a process of improving subsoil engineering properties prior to construction. This can be accomplished in several ways, such as preloading of ground, application of high energy impacts, use of sand drains and sand filters, prefabricated wick trains, and chemical additives. These are basics on which could elaborate. On other hand, laterite, Laterite, laterite describes no material with reasonable constant properties. To those in temperate countries, it could be described as a red friable clay. It's like that, red friable clay and red fiber clay and surface. To, to those in hilly tropical countries, it could be described as very hard, homogeneous, vesicular, massive clinker, and like materials with a framework of red hydrated ferric oxide of vesicular infill of soft aluminum oxides of yellowish color and in red less hilly country. It could exist as a very hard or soft, coarse angular red. Laterite soils as a group rather than well-defined materials are most commonly found in a leached soils of human tropics. Leached soils of human tropics. Laterite is a surface formation in hot and wet tropical areas which is enriched in iron and aluminum and develops develops by intensive and long lasting wetterings of underground parent rock. These varied properties these varied properties have brought limitations to their use or some construction sites. Sorry. Many limitations have been overcome by the addition of stabilizing agents to to improve their properties or by various other means of soil improvement. Some of soil, some of stabilization methods include use of cement, time, use of cement, lime, fly ash, and bitumen, depending on type of soil and soil conditions. Portland cement has been used with great success to stabilize natural soil because almost all soils respond to treatment with cement. However, however, chemical conditions of some soils which can inhibit normal hardening of cement or lead ultimately to this switch up. Maybe here. Portland cement has been used with great success to stabilize natural soil because almost all soils respond to treatment with cement. However, chemical conditions of some soils which can inhibit normal hardening of cement soils are with cement. However, chemical condition of some soils which can inhibit normal hardening of cement or lead ultimately to loss of durability or high construction cost for highly plastic soils have been limited in their use. Bituminous stabilization is also being in use for construction purposes or so hydrated lime in its own case increases soil strength primarily by pozzolanic action with formation of cementation materials, especially in granular materials. Bituminous stabilization is generally achieved using using asphalt cement, cutback asphalt, or asphaltic emulsion. Type of bitumen to be used depends on soil to be stabilized. Method method of construction. and weather conditions. In frosted areas, use of tar as a binder should be avoided because of its high temperature susceptibility. Asphalts are affected to a lesser extent by temperature changes, but a grade of asphalt suitable to prevailing climate should be selected. I think I should take this. Already time is limited, so I should start. I should start. You know, FIDIC now. We'll take up this paper tomorrow. It's already for many days I could not talk to you this. So let me see if I can open that file of FIDIC because that's also missing. And I should not miss that. That's very important part of effects of FIDIC where it's gone. I think I'm finding that paper here. Effects. It's pretty gone. I have to go back to directory and see it's pretty. This is a problem is when you lose your let me solve areas actually. Fidic. I missed it. Let me go back to this and see. General records. I think it should be somewhere here. Let me see reports. FedEx suit contact this. What's that? 2017 FedEx 2017 Silver Book FedEx 2000 got it, okay. It's that one that we got it too. So I got back to FedEx. So I'm back to FedEx. FedEx EPC turnkey project. FedEx. We'll talk this one now because I can't stay without this important one for engineers. You cannot say no, it's important, very important one. So this is now we are shifting to FIDIC for 1 hour, 1 hour or whatever time I have. This FIDIC 2017, let's say here, I like to show this also here. Means if you go to this, let's say here I can show you, say here FIDIC, What is FIDIC? What's that? We had talked a lot in that last time. Not at full extent we talked. Last time we talked, but not at full extent. We go that we went to 4 5 6, I think. Maybe I wasn't in class 6. I'm talking about FIDIC. I've stopped about soil stabilization for time being. I'm now maybe 6. I was there in 6. Then I go to 6. Mhm. Design. Staff and labor 6. No, I don't got here. Something else. Hmm. Hmm. So 6, I think. Yeah, 6. Mhm. 6 for the labor. 6 labor. Let's start with 6. Yeah, maybe I don't exactly remember where I left. This is 6 staff and labor, and this is FIDIC. We had talked of red book, completed that long back, and this is silver book, which is different because this is EPC, which is much more important than red book because red book is meant for those which are where design is given by employer, design is given through tender, and based on the design and details, tender is calculated, and if successful, award is done. Design is by engineer, but we are talking EPC. So, in this silver, we have gone through many topics. We have gone through what is employer, what is contractor, and what are definitions, what is contract, etc. We have gone through that. Whose accountability is this? That's the question. Now, because silver or EPC and particularly lump sum fixed lump sum is very important contract system, very important contract system which involves a lot in that. Let me put off the light, I think. Hold on a minute, please. Let me see how's weather working. If it is good, so I have to think of else. When there's a responsibility on contract, it's not simple contract, we can do that. Responsibility is responsibility. No one can avoid that. Contracting is not a joke, first of all. It's not a game of cricket or football. If you are defeated, defeated, or if you win, win. It's not a game of children. It's question of responsibility, financial responsibility, technical responsibility, delivery responsibility, maintenance responsibility, security responsibility. There is a long chain of responsibilities. Those chain of responsibilities are included in contract documents as well as laws where that contract is done, is carried out. No one can escape those responsibilities, even if it is employer. No one can escape those responsibilities because escape is no answer. Contract is not done by one party. It is done between two parties, two responsible parties. Two responsible parties means when there is a contract, this is the responsibilities of both, not one. We cannot say contract is responsible and employer is not responsible. That's wrong if you think that way. Contract means agreement by both, commitment by both, responsibility and liability owned by both. This is right acceptance, right definitions of contract. Some people think that contract is not that important. It's just like contracts are cheat or they are like that, something like that. And something that employers are cheat. Question is why they think like that? Why they are cheat? Why they? I don't understand that. I can't understand who is cheat or who is not cheat. It's question of contract. Both parties agree for something. They have to do that something in exchange of payment. That is contract. So simple. You go to shop, buy something, and pay money. You do something in life somewhere and pay money. This all is contract. That is contract. But why do we not understand this point? Because we have not been taught like that, whereas other countries are taught like that. When we say EPC, I'm just explaining it because it requires some information. People have misunderstood concept of contract, particularly in our country, Bharat, that is India. Once you agree on a fixed lump sum price based on contract documents or bids document, until there is change in design or there is change in scope of work, or due to some other reason, there is a shift on policy. You are no one to save yourself. Well, That point of contract must be clearly understood. Once amount is discussed fixed, no one can change that amount. Once clients are fixed, specifications are enumerated in, listed in, and everything is documented, no one can change it. Yes, there can be change with mutual consent, not otherwise. No claim can be made on that. That is beauty of silver. It is solid, valid, legally enforceable, and fully risky. Fully risky. Absolutely risky. Mm. Sometimes we have to read conditions one by one and understand contract. Sometimes we believe we know it. Sometimes we think we are expert in this. And sometimes we need not study them. It's all conventional. No, no, no. Carelessness, ignorance on documents. If you do, if you apply carelessness, you shall face major problems. It is true, you will face major problems. Now, we had covered many clauses on this FIDIC. We have gone through now. I'm going to staff and labor section 1. I don't know where actually I stopped. I did it. Engagement of staff and labor. Staff and labor means what? Means human resources. Very important resource. Staff and labor. Though we make a labor, we may say labor, saying is different. We can insult these people, labor you are. And we say respect, oh staff you are. But you forget that both are labors. Everyone is labor in this world. Everyone. Because we have decided something might be taught by others and say as something people for last couple of years. I had two assignments. So in those assignments I felt what is labor is no labor. Yeah. And, when we say staff and labor, it's very important element because without labor, you call labor, I call industrial workers, I may call project workers. Without their contribution, this is that resource, without its contribution, you are finished. You are finished. I just read news today about Mumbai, Bharat, India, during this, COVID-19 These workers, industrial workers, you know, they left their homes wherever they're working and moved to their villages. That time, nobody cared for them. Parents didn't care. Nobody didn't care. Nobody was care. Without these people, you may buy materials from the world. You may buy anything. But if you don't have skill to use that material, you cannot do anything. So, what are our human resources? You have to understand that point. It may be with contractor or it may be with employee with anyone. Resource is resource. Human resource, we call labor here in staff, that is nonsense. They are not labor, they are workers. Labor, they are used in bad sense. Everybody is labor, I am also labor. Delivery is called labor, labor pain. So why do you say that labor? That's my first objection. Well, nobody is here to listen, then I know. No one will mind because they are used to saying that, and those are used to hearing that. Neither party objects. That's point. Well, my statement is if these technicians, I call them technicians or skill workers or supports, you may say supports, construction support, if these people do not contribute their energies, their involvement, no one can do anything. I was referring to Mumbai, yesterday's news, when I got information that these people, these people are there and they are there for what purpose, which I cannot say. There are 10,000 buildings sites currently in Mumbai which have no workers on that, pending projects to complete. These employers, contractors, builders, promoters, politicians, all are responsible for that, not these workers. I that time nobody cared for them. COVID time when they left their homes because they are workers. They are not rich like industrials. They are not rich like middle class, and they are not rich like politicians and these promoters. These people were forced to leave their homes for their villages and were forced as well to walk on roads. Nobody cared for them. They had to walk hundreds kilometers, many hundred kilometers, and some people walked more than 1,000 kilometers. Country had no shame that time. All 130 crore peoples acted as they were dead mentally. This is called mental death of a country. I speak strongly because I'm a contract person. This was mental death of this nation, mental death of politics, and mental death of public, and mental death of industries, mental death of everybody. They just did not think for these people, and they treated them like animals. Animals in name of lockdown. They locked them completely down. They locked them their food. They locked them their head. They locked them their comfort. They locked them everything. And they themselves were sitting in air conditioned rooms. What do you call this? I called it human crime. Everybody in authoritative positions are responsible for them, including judiciary, parliament, executive, business people, and public. These people were treated like buffaloes, like goats. What do you think of them? They are slaves. You run away from paying them. You go away, push them out of homes, throw them on road, and now you're crying. You don't have those workers. Yes, they won't be there. You want to give them air passes now. You want to give them salary raise now. You want to give them medicines now. What? Why are you giving them now? What for? Because you don't consider them human beings. Now you need them. That's why you want to call them back. You did not think of them when they were in need. You had no money for food for 2, 3 months for them. Are you so weak? You are playing in billions. You are doing billions and billions of crores of billions and billions of rupees projects. You can't, you could not produce, you could not arrange them food at least. So what sort of honors, what sort of employees you are? And these politicians, better not to talk about these rubbish politicians, inhuman politicians. I don't want to talk of them in this regard. These rubbish animal politicians of this country. This is what I say. You are billionaires. You are high power people. You have big bungalows. You have big cars. You have every facility. You have political back. You have bank with you. But you don't have people with you. Shame on to you, you bloody idiots, industrialists. Shame on to you. Human killers you are. Now you want to give them everything because you are losing everything. You want to give because you know if your projects are not completed, you can't get money. You know that. You can't pay back to banks. However, you are not going to pay the banks. We know that. It's all drama. That's what I'm trying to tell in this talk. I'm talking silver, EPC contract, that we have to respect human beings, we have to respect workers, we have to respect staff. Yes, they are not rich, but don't forget you are dependent on them. They with small salary for your big profits. They are going to get only maybe you don't pay them, who knows? Why shall you pay them your ticket? Because you need them. You did not need them when they were walking. They're old women, they're young women, they're kids, they're having all their heads skipped with all this luggage, baggage, and you are enjoying on television, YouTube. These people are walking. You had no money to pay the workers. Now you have money to pay them air ticket. This is difference. Now you need them. And they are foolish if they come back to you. I tell you. Don't come back to your workers. Don't come back to these people. Let them suffer. Let them suffer. Labor we call them. They are laborers. Yes, they are laborers. So we face now what labor is. So I said in this employment and the employees, and this is can say engagement of staff and labor, that is except as otherwise stated in specification. Contractors shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. 6.2 Rates of wages and conditions of labor. Contractors shall pay rates of wages and observe condition of labor which comply with all applicable laws and are not lower than those well established for trade or industry where work is carried out. If no established if no established rates or conditions are applicable, contractors shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions which are not lower than that generally level of wages and conditions observed locally by employers whose trade or industry is similar to that of contractor. 6.3 Recruitment of persons. Contractors shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. Employers shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and workers from amongst contractors' personnel. 6.4 Labor laws. Labor laws. Labor laws, that is, law of land. Labor laws. Okay. Contractors shall comply with all labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration, and emigration, and shall allow them all their legal rights. Contractors shall require contractors' personnel to obey all applicable laws, including those concerning health and safety at work. Working hours. No work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours stated in contract data, unless A otherwise stated in contract. B. Employer gives consent. C. Work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for a safety of works, in which case contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer with reasons and describing what required. Facilities for staff and workers. Facilities for staff and workers, except as otherwise stated in employer's requirement. Except as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractors shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodations and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel. If such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within area identified in employer's requirements. If such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within sites, contractor shall immediately remove them at its own risk and cost. Contractors shall also provide facilities for employers' personnel as stated in employers' requirements. Health and safety at personnel. 6.7 Health and safety of personnel. In addition to requirements of subclause 4.8, Health and safety obligations. Contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel. In collaboration with local health authorities, contractors shall ensure that a medical staff, first aid facility, sick bay, ambulance services, and whatever other medical services stated in employers' requirements are available at all times at site, and at any accommodation for contractors, employers, contractors and employers personnel, and B. Suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of epidemics. Alright, then now suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of prevention of epidemics. I mean, lost somewhere thinking something. It happens really. Please don't take it otherwise. I was lost somewhere. Some thinking it happens. It's my practice. I don't know how. Contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety, and protection against accidents. This officer shall be a qualified, experienced, and competent for this responsibility and have authority to issue directives on for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter and are to work on site and to take protective measures to prevent accidents. Throughout execution of works, throughout execution of works, contractors shall provide whatever is required by this person to exercise his responsibility and authority. 6.8 Contractor Superintendents. Contractor Superintendents. From commencement day until issue of performance certificate, issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and and monitor execution of works. Superintendence shall be given by a sufficient number of persons who are fluent in or having adequate knowledge of language for communications defined in subclass 1.4 law and language, and b who have adequate knowledge of operations to be carried out, including methods and techniques required, hazards likely to be encountered, and methods of preventing accidents for satisfaction and safe execution of works. 6.9 is contractors' personnel. Now we can say contractors' personnel. It is contractors' personnel, including key personnel, shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent in their respective trades or occupations. Employer may require contractors to remove or cause to remove and whatever person employed employed on site or works, including नहीं मानेंगे लोग यार क्या करोगे बताओ काम नहीं करने दे रहे हैं दिमाग खराब करते हैं लोग यार बिना बात पर डिस्टर्बेंस टंग टंग करते रहेंगे बीच में कुछ काम नहीं है शायद लोगों को employer may require contact person remove or cause to be removed whatever person employed on site or works, including contractors, representative, and key personnel if whosoever. A any reason being, what's the reason for that? Persistent to misconduct. Persistent to whatever misconduct, or lack of care. परवाह नहीं कर रहा sorry, what's happened to me? B. Carries out duties incompetently or negligently. C. Fails to comply with provisions of contract. And B. D. Persist in conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health, or protection of environment. Is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, or coercive, or coercive, uh, is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, or coercive practice, or has been recruited from employers, personnel, and has been recruited from employers' personnel in breach of subclause recruitment of personnel. If appropriate, contractor shall then promptly appoint or cause to be appointed a suitable replacement in case of replacement of contractor's representative or subclass 43 contractor's representative shall apply in case of replacement of a person. No problem. Come on. 610 contractors records. Contractors records, which is block now. Unlimited records contracts have in some cases. So what to talk of this? But we have to talk of this. We need that. And what are that? Contractors records means all records which contractor has to work on, prepared by contractor, approved by employer. Unless otherwise proposed by contractor and agreed by employer in each progress report under subclause 420 progress reports, contractor shall include records of what? See, records of occupation and actual working hours of each class of contractor's personnel, heirs contractor's personnel, type and actual working hours of each of contractor's personnel. Alright, we come on further. We are saying so unless otherwise proposed by contractor and agreed by employer, each progress report we have to give occupation actual working hours of each workers, each class of contractors, personal type and actual working hours of each of contractors, equipment, type of temporary works. I use temporary works. What type of works we are using? Temporary works. You know what are temporary works which are removed after work is permanent work is done. Temporary work is support to permanent work. In fact, it can be property work, but temporary work scaffolding. It can be property works item which shall be removed after permanent work is done. Types of plant installed in permanent works. Plants we have to see quantities and type of those plants. Mm. So we move further and let's see how can we improve that because Quantities and type of material used, this is very important. Types of personal install, permanent works, types of temporary works, quantities and types of materials used. For example, quantity of activity shown in programs at each work location and place. So it's therefore types of plant installed. Then you can say for each star, each work activity shown on program, each work location and for each day of work. Here problem is we are talking of quantities and types of material, which is very important item here because it is lump sum contract. Quantities which were used are given by, for example, given by those persons who issued this tender or bid. Those quantities may be right, may be wrong. We cannot guarantee that. And those people also cannot guarantee that who issued tenders. And there may be big project, there is a small project, depends on quantity of project, size of project, and you can say that quantity is reliable or that's not reliable. It is duty of contractor or bidder to ensure that that quantity is right. How to ensure that? That's the point. So when we say contractor's requirements, contractor has to submit materials. It will submit material quantities as well. That quantity must be worked out. If by chance we missed it working out at time of bidding, and this could not become a part of contract, we can submit quality important. Quality is very important thing as well. So what I'm saying is this quantity is not a one item. This quantity is not two item. If it is a building contract, if it is various types of building contract, if it's plants involved, machines involved, landscape involved, finishes involved, everything is involved. I mean, all disciplines are involved, which is a worrying factor. It is a worrying state because you know always there are errors caused by people, and errors are very important to be corrected. You cannot simply say we have done quantification, everything is perfect because everybody has to involve thoroughly. Now we have hundreds and hundreds of documents when we get built. There are many disciplines involved. All disciplines can say in the major projects. Civil, electrical, mechanical, architectural services, and many more trucks and many more whose input is required for government. Those inputs must be calculated. We have to find exact quantities that we are going to work on whatever project. While those people may not be that smart to find out those quantities immediately. That items, you may say hundreds of items. Civil, hundreds of items. Mechanical, maybe 30, 40 items. Electrical, maybe same. Plumbing, maybe same. Or you can say electronics, maybe many. Lump sum. Furnitures, maybe there. Or you can say equipment, maybe there. Everything may be there. That requires major input. One has to get in dimensions and plans and all sections. Only then you can find something. It's not children game. For that you have to go through all drawings. And because you are a PC here, you are yourself responsible, you are yourself designers. You are Designer must be smart enough to provide you complete details before your bidding is done, or approximate details that you have to put in. You have to take into consideration design may not be finalized, but quantity must be there. So this involves a lot of exercise. You cannot simply say, "Oh, it's done." No, it's not done. Can't be done. If you don't know quantities based on specifications, you have to find out quantities. You must know specifications, and when you say specifications, then you must know which drawings are. You may consider numbers, but you cannot say. You may even include specification, but the manufacturer says, "I am not giving this. I am giving something else." So you have to keep those factors in mind. Ultimately, it's your responsibility. It's not your responsibility. Your company's responsibility. So my statement is my plea is that don't be hesitant in quantification. Don't be, because this is your requirement, and it's also employer's requirement. Employer's requirement is to make sure this is quantity you are going to do. Employer's requirement is to make sure this work is to be done, and that has to be done. If you are paying them, you must do that. It is also requirement employer and contractor must have these qualities. If contractor doesn't know what to do, then how shall manage? Quantities are wrong means planning is wrong. Quantities are wrong, incorrect means your budget is wrong, your bidding price is wrong. And I understand that before getting award, nobody will design everything. Size is there. You can check with size. Nothing can be taken for granted. I still remember, every time I give the example, I was working on a bid. We were part of civil works in this company I was working with, and they got a contract with the Busan, with this South Korean company, and our company was Abu Dhabi company, and South Korea had got at bidding time joint venture arrangement with them for alliance of EPC. They were doing designs and qualification while they have worked out all the other items. There was a long pipe work, 120-kilometer pipeline, big pipe, big sleepers, everything was big. And heavy, heavy work it was. I did not do that work before, but I had high idea means when I went through all those bill of quantities they provided to us. Bill of quantities means they are giving quantity for every element. This area is this quantity, this quantity, this quantity, this quantity. So it's our duty to see where quantities are given. And I worked out that about 400, more than 400,000 cubic meter of coke CP. So employer's requirement and contractor requirement are very important for both. If contractor requirements is mistaken, means you are gone. That importance must be taken care of. Don't be hurry. Don't be hurry. Check, check, and check. In that situation, when I was quoting my case, When I calculated that one, keeping just my own idea, I was surprised that there was about 60-70% difference in cost. Quantities I calculated my own place and saw in quantities they calculated. So, so if you think quantities are a joke, it's up to you. But for me, it's no joke. When I objected to them through our office, my office did not accept that. No, I don't accept this quantity. I stress on the manager. These are wrong quantities. It's not possible. I just took an asking for a 120-kilometer long path, and even if you to take same on that 120 kilometer, you are not getting that much quantity as that was. Though this objection was sent to that company, so we got no answer but a revised quantity, and I was surprised to see that in that it was 60% reduction. It was 1.4 lakh rather than 4 lakh, more than 60% reduction. So this happens means careless people, nobody buys. It's very important point. That's the only reason that I ask always this. Well, you cannot talk everything in details. After all, we are studying something, we are studying some subject. Examples are okay, but so now it is means what is shown in quantities and types of materials used and for each work activity shown in program at work location and for each day of the hours. Okay, first one. Disorderly conduct 611 is disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. So it says disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. Conduct shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent any unlawful, notorious, or disorderly conduct by or amongst contractors' personnel, and to preserve peace and protection of persons and property. Then you see what you say in disorderly conduct. You have to take action certainly. Contact shall at all times take all necessary actions, precautions to prevent whatever unlawful, notorious, righteous, or disorderly conduct by amongst contractors' personnel. And so, then you go to key personnel, that is 612. If no key personnel are this is no key personnel are specified in employer's requirement This clause shall not apply, but this is not problem. It shall apply. Contractor shall appoint natural persons named in tender. Named in tender, if there is. Two, position of key personnel. If not so named, or if an appointed appointed person fails to act in relevant position of key personnel, contractor shall employer submit to employer for consent name and particulars of another person. Contractor proposes to appoint Contractor proposes to appoint to such position. If consent is withheld for or absent, subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars for secret. Okay, contractor shall appoint natural persons named in tender to position of key personnel if not so named or if an appointed person fails to act in relevant position of key personnel. Contractor shall submit to compliers for consent name and particulars of another person contractor proposes to appoint to such position. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of a suitable replacement for such position. If employer does not respond within 14 days after receiving any such submission, any such submission by giving a notice stating an objection to appointment of such person or replacement with reasons employer shall be deemed deemed okay, then contractor shall not withhold employer's prior consent, revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement. Wait a minute. If employer does not respond within 14 days after receiving any such submission by giving a notice stating any objection to appointment of such person or replacement with reasons, employer shall be deemed to have given employer's consent. Contractor shall not withhold. Contractor shall not without employers employers prior consent. Contractor shall not without employer's prior consent revoke appointment of any of the personnel or appoint. Mm. Then you can say, contractual withhold employers prior consent revoke appointment of any of the personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as result of death, illness, disability or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect and appointment of replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until until Hmm, very good idea, very good clause. Such clauses are very complicated, but we have to think on them. Says contract shall not without the employer's prior consent revoke appointment of any of the personnel or appoint a replacement until person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as temporary appointment until employer gives consent to replacement or another replacement. Another replacement is appointed under surplus. Then you can say, as all key personnel shall be based at site for or where works are being executed off site at location of works for whole time that works are being executed if and of if some key personnel if key person is to be temporarily absent during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporary temporary uh, uh, then say, if any of key personnel is to be temporarily, if any key personnel shall be based on site or where works are being executed off sites, location of works or the whole time that works are being executed, if any key person is to be temporarily absent during execution works, suitable replacement shall be defined overall straight. Now we go to this. All key personnel shall be fluent in language for communications defined in subclause 14 1 4 last languages. Is 7.1 plants, materials, and workmanship. Plant, materials, and workmanship. Which time we have? Mhm. Plant materials and workmanship. The materials, plant, and workmanship are very important factors. We know that without plant, without plants, you know, it's modern age and plants replace hundreds of workers. But plants are operated by workers. We should not forget that. And materials means whatever material. Without that, nothing can be done. And workmanship is a part of performance quality. What skill these workers got? Are they skilled or not skilled? If they are not skilled, shall they receive job training? Where they should receive job training? Because unskilled persons, if you employ on jobs, there's no meaning. They cannot learn anything. And if you're not presented to such facilities where they are experienced or they cannot do it. Now, it is, it's clause 7.1 and this says manner of execution. Manner of execution. How to execute job. That is manner of execution. And it's also very important from every point of view. Manner of execution. Contractor shall carry out, manufacture, supply, installation, testing and commissioning and or repair of plant. Production, manufacture, supply and testing of materials and all other operations and acting during execution of works. Manufacture. We are talking of what? Manufacture, supply, installation, testing and commissioning and or repair of plant we are talking of. Production, manufacture, supply and testing of materials. So two items are OT. We are talking of plants as well as manufacture and material. We are talking of manufacture of plants and their procurement. I mean to say supply and installation, testing and commissioning, which is involved in plants. And we are talking of materials which are manufactured, produced, and you can say manufactured, produced, and supplied, and testing is done for those materials, and all other operations, activities, etc. during execution of works. All other operation activities which are covered under workmanship. This is what is required. This is just a class, but it's carrying a lot of meaning. You have to do everything. This means everything. Simple. Just broadening class, everything you have to do. That's all. That's your class. That's your contract. And it says what? It says number one, in manner specified in contract. Of course, it must be specified in contract means it's specification wise, design wise, data wise, schedule wise, and whatever wise, code wise. We have to do that. Then be in a proper workmanlike and careful manner. In a proper workmanlike, and careful manner in accordance with recognized good practice. And C. With properly equipped facilities and non hazardous materials, except as otherwise specified in contract. 7.2 Samples. Samples. Contractor shall submit samples of materials and relevant information to employer for consent prior to using materials in or for works. A. A is samples of materials specified in contract at contractor's cost. B. Additional samples instructed by employer as a variation. Each sample shall be labeled as to origin, means from where is manufactured, and intended use in works. 7.3 Inspection. Inspection. Inspection employers personnel. Employers personnel shall during all normal working hours stated in contract data and at all other reasonable times have full access to all parts of site and to all places from which natural materials are being obtained. B. During production, manufacture and construction. During production, manufacture and construction at site and to extent specified in employer's requirements elsewhere be entitled to 1. Examine, inspect, measure, and test to extent stated in employer's requirements, materials, plant, and workmanship. Check progress of manufacture, of plant and manufacture, and check progress of manufacture of plant and production and manufacture of materials, and make records including photographs and video recordings, and see carry out other duties and inspections as specified in these conditions and employer's requirements. C. Carry out other duties and inspections as specified in these conditions and employer's requirements. Contractor shall give employers personal full opportunities to carry out these activities, including providing safe access facilities, permissions, and safety equipment. In respect of work which employers' personnel are entitled to examine, measure, inspect, to examine, inspect, measure, and or test, contractor shall give. In respect of work which employers' personnel are entitled to examine, inspect, measure, and or test, contractor shall give a notice to employer whenever materials, plant, or work are ready for inspection. And before it is to be covered up, put out of sight, or packed or packaged for storage or transport, employers' personnel shall then either carry out examination, inspection, measurement, or testing without unreasonable delay. Okay. Employers' personnel shall then uh, employ it is to be recovered or put out of sight, packaged stairs. Okay. Employers' personnel shall then either carry out examination. Employers' personnel shall either carry out examination, inspection, measurement, or testing without unreasonable delay, or employers shall employers shall promptly give a notice to contractors that employers' personnel do not require to do so. Okay, then employer's personnel shall then enter either carry out, enter, carry out, examine, inspect, measure, and test without unreasonable delay, or employer shall promptly give notice to contractor that employer's personnel do not require to do that. If employer gives such notice, if employers gives no such notice and or employer's personnel do not attend at time stated in contractor's notice for such time as may be agreed with the Okay. So it says that if employer gives no such a notice and your employer and personnel do not attend at time stated in contractor's notice or such time as may be agreed with contractor may proceed with covering up or putting up of site packages for storage or transport. If contractor fails to give a notice in accordance with this subclause, contractor shall, if and when required by employer, uncover work and thereafter reinstate and make good all contractors' risk and cost. At contract risk and cost of all contractors' risk and cost, this is about the hour now. Testing by contractor, testing by contractor class 7 for testing by contractor. Now we have been discussing this. Are important points from point. These are very important clauses from what we say. I make probably what we are doing. We are talking of materials. We are talking of equipment. We are talking of workmanship. In fact, we are talking of what. There are many items you see. We say employer shall do this. Employer actually there is no employer would come. It will be employer's representative, who is called employer's representative. But in fact, that person includes position of engineer, and he employs many engineers with him. Every expert, every specialist, every generalist, every associate, every junior, everyone resident, you may call whatever person who's directly. Those persons are all professionals. Employer, we are saying because it is EPC, otherwise it's interior. Employers means their employer itself doesn't exist there. It's only a team of professionals that do all these activity of, you can say, inspection, testing, whatever it is. It's their job. They are paid for that. They have to do that. They cannot avoid that. There are many items in, as you said, in construction itself, red book or maybe silver book, whatever book, inspection is a must. But we have to keep in mind one point, that this is EPC, where design responsibility, execution responsibility, totality is owned by is owned by EPC contractor. This point we should not forget. And these these use called so-called employer inspection, employer examination, employer assessment. These are actually like witnessing. Responsibility goes to none of them. Even in red book, responsibility does not go to them. Inspections they do, everything happens. They supervise, they examine, they test, and they reject and accept. They do everything. They comment and they reject and they come back and again check. Even then, even then, that responsibility of adequacy of job, whichever item it is finally owned by contractor, either EPC contract or it will be other contract. That points we have to understand. It's not question of given another sentence. It says, do you understand that? If you don't understand. Point is this. EPC contractor means total responsibility of budget, because it will not change. Budget, I mean to say contract price. There is no way that can change. Yes, there can be variation, this is agreed. Variations are plus and minus both, additions or omissions, both are the that point is very important to understand. There may be whatever else, there may be reduction of the scope or addition of scope to some percentages. That can be understood, but contract price can never be changed with no reason until both party agrees. Otherwise, no one can change that. No one, as far as work is concerned. That is yes, there can be scrutiny on that. Scrutiny like that to some limit. When you say my price is this for everything, I would have to give complete details of that pricing. I would have to detail out complete BOQs. BOQs means bill of quantities. Maybe say there are 50 structures, 25 structures. I have to prepare 25 BOQs or 25 BOQs. That's for purpose of something else, but that is required here. Maybe I have to put some list of metals on that day. That's also supportive in future. When we submit that bill, that quantity means prices are also included, rates are also included. They have a duty as employer to go through all that to ensure clerical error or something. But these days we use computers to questions of clerical errors are limited. Sometimes it happens. Quantification can be wrong. It should be very simple. No one can challenge quantification. And even it's challenged, then it's been answered. Means we in case what I say, if there's some error, clerical error in your pricing, maybe unit rate is right, but you are say by mistake your price of that item is higher or lower. That can be a question mark, subject to condition that your final price cannot be changed. In case your price is higher than calculations, in case your price is higher than calculations, question comes to you, your price is this, calculation is this is an error, we have to deduct this money from you have to reduce price, and this contractor has bound to reduce. In case it is reverse, means your price is low, your calculation, I mean to say price is, I mean to say what is you can say, you have calculated by mistake, this has come higher than you actually quoted for. Are you ready on that price? Then also say, yes, I am ready, I want change. I'll come down with this price. Then say there's a 2% error in price, then you have to reduce that price because you can't allow more. Or then they'll say, okay, adjust this every day. Or they may say, you have not priced so many items, you price them. I said, no, I want price. It's equal to somewhere else. The question is if those items which are not unpriced, and if you have some, okay, you don't price it this, but it gives price somewhere else, so that that becomes a part of contract and kept safe for everybody. That is beauty of this contract. Particularly the supply in red design, not in silver design. Yes, it's different. It's one part. There may be so many parts. EPC is EPC. No way, no out, no way in finish. It's okay, fine. You have to tolerate all this. It's your job. That's what you have to say. And that's all. You cannot say no. You're bound to accept that. So that is very important point. Now I think it's time to move. Maybe uh, I took many days to cover up materials, or you can say soil, biggest material. I could not continue this EPC for few days, but this is also important. I can't avoid this. So I lose some time on that. I lose some time on this, and I try to enlarge sometime also. I can't unlimitedly enlarge this. There is no other way out. So we have to do something. So I have 2 years now. I'm also broadcasting this on YouTube as well because of some reasons that whatever reason maybe means I'm putting to both. No, I would like to close it now because it's already more than and time is around 8 and I have to close this. So I'll take permission go now. Thank you very much everybody. I end stream of this and